Hello everyone, I'm Thomas, and I'm here to help you unwind and drift off tonight. I know many of you use this video to fall asleep, so before you get too cozy, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to my channel, Stories for Sleep. Also, let me know in the comments, where are you from, and what time is it as you're watching this. Now settle in, get comfortable, and let yourself relax. I'm a real estate agent who sells haunted houses, and I wish I wasn't. Have you ever purchased a house, fixed it up, and made it into a home? I'm sure you watch those HGTV shows, Fixer Upper and Flip or Flop. Those shows are laughable to me. You see this foreclosed wreck of a house get fixed up into this cute, livable home. That stuff is easy to do. You know what's hard to sell? A haunted house. I'm a real estate agent who specializes in stigmatized homes, which are what you call haunted houses. A stigmatized home is any home where violence occurred or paranormal activity has been reported. In several states, we must legally disclose what happened in these homes. I don't believe in ghosts, so to me, it is easy money to take on these cases. A little bit of burnt sage in the corners and tap water sprinkled around the house, and you have yourself a cleansed home. This was my gig, and it worked. All I had to do was Google how to get rid of ghosts. People fell for it every time too, and I'd be laughing all the way to the bank. You want me to light a candle and do a seance for you to buy this $300,000 house? Deal! You want me to put my hand on a Bible and pray with you before you buy this $450,000 home? Sold. I always thought that people were so gullible to believe in such silly things. Ghosts aren't real. I wouldn't even call myself a skeptic. I flat out didn't believe in the afterlife. This is what I believed until I had the unfortunate opportunity of selling a house where a murder took place. As soon as I saw the listing, I knew I had to help. When you have one killing, a house can be hard to sell, but 5 killings, you have yourself a deal breaker. Some lunatic had killed the whole family. I didn't press the bank for details, since that never seems to help. The less I know, the better. I don't want to get caught up in the stories because I feel like that knowledge lingers in my words as I try and sell to the borrowers that come through the house. The first thing I do when I arrive at a house like this is open all the windows. You would be surprised by what a breath of fresh air can do to a home that has been sitting for quite some time. I'll usually wipe everything down with a lemon-scented cleanser, then put out fresh flowers on all the tables. Honestly, those tricks really seem to help the house sell. The whole idea is to erase the uneasy vibe. If my client is superstitious, I'll whip out the sage and holy water. So, as you can imagine, as soon as I got to this house, I went straight to work. I went to open the window above the kitchen sink. My fingers slid underneath the hinges as I pulled up, but it wouldn't budge. Again, I tried the living room windows, yet they were stuck, almost as if they were cemented shut. I even double-checked the locks and looked around the frame for any nails, but there was nothing. I knew that would be my first problem in selling the house. I went on to job number 2, cleaning. I looked under the kitchen sink and the owner had lemon-scented cleaner already. Perfect. The lemon scent filled the room as I squirted it all over the countertops. My paper towel glided across the counter as I wiped away the last bit of past life this house held. Next, I picked some fresh flowers from around the house and put them in a vase of water. Daisies and daffodils, the perfect welcoming eye candy. I opened the back door to let some fresh air in. The house was starting to feel as good as new. I smiled inside as I thought about another successful sell. I fumbled through the drawers for a pen and notepad to make a list of everything I would need for the open house the next day. Fresh-baked cookies, brochures, and business cards from local banks. I decided to stay the night in the house so I could wake up bright and early to get ready. Boy, was that a mistake. The eeriness began as soon as dusk hit. I was reading a book in the living room when I heard laughter coming from outside. I immediately got up to investigate. I walked up to the window, pulled back the curtains, and peeked into the front yard. A group of 3 boys stood in the yard with flashlights in hand. Annoyed, I headed outside to scare them off. Another reason I wanted to stay the night here is that haunted houses make a great attraction for teenagers. Vandalism is the last thing I need to sell this house. I opened the door and shouted, "Get out of here! There is nothing to see here." The kids froze, flashlights falling to the ground. They looked at me as if they had just seen a ghost. "Get! Before I call the cops for trespassing." With not a second to spare, the kids whipped around and ran off as fast as their scrawny 14-year-old chicken legs could carry them. I chuckled. They probably thought this house was vacant. I must have scared the heebie-jeebies out of them. I shut the door and got back to my reading. I awoke a few hours later with my book across my chest. A tapping sound had taken me from my slumber. I rubbed my eyes in a daze as I tried to remember where I was at. Again, a light tap, tap, tap filled my ears. It sounded as if a big bug kept hitting the window. I got up to see what was causing the ruckus. If there was a bug splattered on the window, I would need to wipe that down before tomorrow. A part of me fully expected to see teenage kids daring one another to go into the house in a classic test of who was the bravest. I rolled my eyes and, without thinking twice, pulled open the curtains. To my bewilderment, a demonic creature stood staring back at me. My body felt like it nearly got electrocuted as fear ran through me. Everything in the house was still, and I felt like I had tunnel vision, only being able to focus in on the creature standing before me. The arm of the creature was bent up to the window, pointer finger just inches away from the glass. Then it grinned. I fell backwards as a scream croaked out of my throat. I blinked, and the creature was gone. I felt the cold sweat break through my pores as I pulled myself from the floor. I tried to rationalize with myself that ghosts aren't real, which means demons aren't real either. I repeated this in my head over and over until I calmed down enough to shut the curtains. As I pulled the curtains shut, I inched my head toward the glass and peeked through the window cautiously. My eyes darted side to side. Was that thing lurking around the house? The coast was clear. I slapped the curtains shut. Wide awake now, I paced back and forth along the hardwood floors as I tried to make sense of what I had just seen. For a second, I almost believed that I had actually seen a demon. I thought back to what I was told about this house. A murder happened, so if there was anything haunting this house, it would be ghosts, not a demon. I tried to calm down, but I kept having visions of the demon in the window. That atrocious grin that was slapped on that evil face made me weak at the knees. Was I losing my mind? No. I saw something staring at me. I awoke to a tapping of the window. I knew it. I felt spooked, but surely there was a rational explanation for what was happening. I pulled myself together and started to think. I pressed my fingertips into my temples as I tried to make sense of what I had just seen. What if this house really was haunted? Would I last until the morning? I slapped my hand to my forehead as I realized how crazy I was starting to sound. Geez, I'm just as bad as my clients. Since when do I get wrapped up in ghost stories? I reminded myself that I sell haunted houses for a living. What was happening to me should have a rational explanation. I laughed at the absurdity of the situation and immediately started to feel better. As I rationally walked through each moment that led up to seeing the demon in the window, it clicked. The kids. I scared off those kids, and they probably got mad and came back dressed as a demon to scare me. I chuckled as I realized how I almost fell for the whole thing. In a sprint, I ran out the front door and stood in the lawn as I shouted into the night, "You kids got me good. You almost had me there for a minute." I heard a whisper of laughter behind me. It wasn't a spooky type of laughter. It was an innocent, playful sort of laughter. I turned around and saw a little girl standing in the doorway of the house. She had to be about 8 years old. She had a big smile glued to her face. I glanced at my watch. It was midnight. Way too late for such a young girl to be out. "You need to get home. Do your parents know where you are?" She started laughing a little louder this time. "I'll walk you home if you tell me where you live. Your parents must be worried." She covered her mouth with both of her hands as she giggled even harder this time. I thought about the kids who had come back to scare me. She must be one of their little sisters. I found her behavior to be very peculiar, and the other kids were nowhere in sight. I took a few steps toward her and she stopped laughing, then took off running in the house. I went to chase her, but as soon as I got inside, she had vanished. I checked the kitchen, the bathroom, and the living room. Nothing. I even shouted for her, "Little girl, come out. You aren't in trouble. We just need to get you home." Still, nothing. I ran back downstairs after checking the bedrooms. I was a few steps away from entering the kitchen when I heard heavy, raspy breathing coming from around the corner. A part of me started to panic. It was one odd thing after another. Could all these odd happenings have a simple explanation? Feeling totally spooked at this point, I cautiously made my way toward the noise. As each foot stepped closer, I felt like I could just sink into the floor and die. I took in the coldness that was radiating from the kitchen and kept repeating in my head, "Ghosts aren't real. Ghosts aren't real." I took a deep breath, reminding myself that there was a perfectly rational explanation for all the odd behavior, but still, I couldn't help but wonder what I was going to find in the kitchen. Every ounce of adrenaline I had left was pulsing through my veins. I turned into the kitchen and saw an old man with an oxygen tank staring at me, heavy breathing being his signature trait. He just stared at me, wheezing and breathing as he held his oxygen tank. "Can I help you, sir?" He slowly lifted his free arm to show a water bottle in his hand. His arm shook as he laid his oxygen tank against the wall. He then proceeded to unscrew the cap on the water bottle, fingers shaking slightly. I cocked my head to the side as I watched intently. Perhaps he was the little girl's grandpa, and he had lost her during a late-night walk. He held the water bottle out toward me, arm parallel to the ground. Then with one hard jerk, he splashed the water on me. Hocus pocus. Oh, wait. It didn't make you disappear. I stood soaking wet as the old man let out a raspy laugh. His smile held each yellowed tooth in place as his wrinkled gray skin reached wide from cheek to cheek. "Sir, you need to leave. I'm not sure how you got in or why you think you can just come in here." "I can't leave. I'm dead." I felt my heart flutter in my chest. You're dead?" Another raspy laugh escaped him. "You remember Wanda Smith?" I thought back to a few months ago. I did remember her. She was a sweet old lady who had just lost her husband. She needed my help selling her home because nobody wanted to buy the house after word got out that her husband died in the bedroom. That was my wife. I've seen what you do. You mock the dead. Panic washed over me. If this old man standing in front of me was a ghost, did that mean the little girl was a ghost too? Which means the demon? The old man interrupted my thoughts. Karma is a bitch, isn't it, Jackson? What do you mean? Why are you here? Are you trying to haunt me? The old man let out another raspy laugh and slowly faded away. I heard the faint giggle of the little girl once again. I turned around but didn't see anything. A cold sweat broke down my back as I started to wonder if I was going crazy. Ghosts aren't real, but mental illness is. I'm becoming delusional. A light tap on my backside distracted me from my panic. I spun around to see the little girl just inches away, standing right behind me. What do you want? Is this all a dream? Are you a hallucination? The little girl didn't say a word. She used her pointer finger to tell me to lean in closer. I bent over to get a little closer. She just kept bending her pointer finger as if to say, "Come closer, closer," the grin on her face spreading. I bent my knees and hovered at her level. She leaned in to cup her hands around my ear and whispered, "He told me to distract you." My spine stiffened as I shot up and looked down at the little girl in disbelief. Who told her to distract me? She started laughing as loud as she could to where it was almost an ear-piercing scream. The louder she laughed, the more deformed her face started to appear. Her skin started to look like plastic melting, like if you were to hold a baby doll up to a fire. She kept laughing as her skin and muscle sloshed off onto the ground. Laughter rang in my ears until she was nothing but a skeletal head. I stood horrified looking at the little girl's skull. There was a hollowed hole where there was once a nose that sat as cute as a button on her face. Deep dark sockets sunk into the skull where her little green eyes once were. With one last burst of laughter, her skeletal jaw fell to the floor and rolled toward my feet. I knew I had to get out of this house. This house truly was haunted. I made a straight line for the front door. The rubber on my shoes squeaked against the hardwood floors as my legs carried me faster than my body could keep up. I could hear laughter following me from upstairs. It sounded like hundreds of children laughing. The laughter grew louder and louder as I inched closer to the front door. The laughter quickly turned demonic as the sound contorted into petrified moans. My sweaty palm hit the knob on the door as I twisted it and threw the door open. I immediately fell back as I felt my heart nearly stop. Standing in the doorway was the demon. The burnt red skin hung from its face as the horns sharpened to a point on top of its head. A snake-like tongue slithered out of its mouth as it began to talk to me. "Keep staring." Shaken, I crawled backward like a crab as I tried to escape the evil standing before me. "What do you want?" "Keep staring." The moans and groans grew louder from upstairs. I almost couldn't hear what the demon was saying. I felt as if the demonic sounds were engulfing my soul. I looked to my left and saw the old man once again, laughing a dry, raspy laugh. "He's telling you to stay, Jackson. In other words, you can't leave." "But why? What have I done?" The old man laughed once again, then threw a rolled-up newspaper at me which landed at the bottom of my feet. "Look at it, you sick son of a bitch. Did you ever wonder why you couldn't step foot off this property?" I pulled open the newspaper, frantically flipping through the pages and thumbing my finger down the pages as I scanned through the images. I felt electricity run through every muscle as my eyes scanned over my picture. In big, bold letters above my name it read, "Crazy husband kills entire family, then shoots himself." I let the newspaper fall to the floor. This couldn't be real. I had to be in a nightmare right now. I would never hurt my family. I didn't remember doing this. Tears streamed down my cheeks and onto the newspaper as I tried to think back to what had happened. I got up and started to run around the house in a frenzy as the horrific details started to piece together. This was my house. I started to scream as I fell to my knees. What have I done? I have ruined my life. Everything had come back to me now. I sat on my knees, staring at the front door as the vision flooded my memory. I had just walked through the door. My wife and 3 kids sat at the dinner table waiting for me patiently. "How was your day, honey?" My wife smiled at me. My kids ran up and hugged me. Something in me just snapped. I can't tell you what it was. It was like some sort of evil got in my brain and took the steering wheel. I went and got the gun out of our safe, then I just shot them all. I watched their dead bodies bleed out as relief washed over me. It felt good. The blood that puddled on the floor shot my reflection back up to me, the reflection of a murderer. I stomped my shoe in the puddle as the realization of what I had done finally hit me. I did the only thing I knew to do next: shoot myself. I stared up at the demon, the old man, and the little girl who were all staring at me, surrounding me in a circle. The old man piped up again. "This is your version of hell, Jackson. This will be the 103rd time you have relived this. Each day is a little different. We always think of new ways to scare you. Fun, isn't it?" I started bawling. Was this how I was going to spend eternity? I wept and called out to see if anyone out there could hear me. Was there a God out there? I never really took practice to religion when I was alive, but perhaps he could have mercy on my soul. "Please, please, give me one more chance. Oh, please, I'm sick in the head. I'll get help. I'll go get help before it gets out of hand next time. Please give me another chance. I won't do it again." I awoke the next day to find myself in my bedroom. I rolled over and saw my wife sleeping peacefully in bed. Wow, what a nightmare, I thought to myself. Visibly shaken, I decided to take the day off work and spend some time at home. I walked by our closet and peered in at the safe, which held a handgun, the item we kept for protection from intruders. Funny how thought works. I thought back to my horrifying dream and decided that I'm going to get rid of the guns, every single one of them, today. I headed into the bathroom to brush my teeth, then went down to make breakfast for my family, the family I was ever so thankful to have. I fired up the griddle to make French toast, poured myself a cup of coffee, then peered out the window. I stared out at the beautiful day, then took in a deep breath. The smell of coffee was amazing. I took a sip as it slightly burned my lip. I closed my eyes and thought about how thankful I was to have this life I have. I couldn't imagine giving it up for anything. Thoughts of my kids growing up to be doctors and lawyers danced through my head when a tap on my shoulder pulled me from my daydream. I opened my eyes to see a reflection of an old man standing behind me in the window. My heart skipped a beat as the old man let out a raspy laugh. Plot holes. The day I found my first hole was the day my best friend came back from the dead. We were in high school and stupid. Jake was his name, and we liked to go out to this old abandoned house in the woods after school to just screw around, do stupid teenage things. It was a pretty big place, to be honest. 2-story house with a basement or 3 stories if you counted the small attic above it. The story is supposed to go that an old woman was building the house years and years ago in order to get away from the city life, but for some reason never finished it. Probably died. Anyway, the house was pretty close to completion when she stopped, but nobody bothered to finish it, and now it just sits there rotting away. So Jake and I would go to the house and just screw around, scaring each other or exploring the place. Whatever we felt like. Usually we were careful or lucky, but nothing ever happened to make us worry. Then the floorboards broke under Jake's feet when we were exploring the second floor, and he fell. I never realized how bad the condition of the house must have been, because when he hit the first floor, that broke too, and he fell into the basement. I ran down and looked through the broken hole in the first floor. It was dark, but we usually had the foresight to bring flashlights. So I shined a light on him. I'll never forget what I saw. One of the boards or something must have fallen at just the right angle, that when Jake hit the ground it speared up right through his stomach. I could see him shift and try to grab at it, even hear him gurgle. And then he stopped. He was dead. I was sure of it. Our stupidity got him killed. I was in shock. I didn't know what to do. So I just ran. I ran out of the house and left him there. It was about evening when I got home, and I went straight to my room. I didn't talk to anyone, didn't stop for anything. I just wanted to curl up and try to forget that scene. My parents tried to talk to me, but I feigned sleep and they just went on. Later that night, we got a call from Jake's parents asking where he was. They actually woke me up for that one, and I said I had no idea. The usual, well, if you see him, please let us know, came afterward, and I just nodded before I went back to sleep. The next day was school, and I went through the morning ritual in a bit of a trance. I didn't want to go, but I couldn't stay home. I was pretty sure Jake's parents already suspected something of me. So I went. School was just like usual. People screwing around in the morning and talking. I went up to my normal group of friends that I hung out with before the first bell rang, and my heart stopped. There was Jake. He stood there just laughing and being his normal self. When he saw me, he looked over and grinned before coming over. He made a joke, but I didn't hear it. I just continued to stare. "Hey, you okay?" he asked, starting to get concerned. Are you okay?" was all I could muster back. "Well, yeah, why wouldn't I be?" He laughed a bit but gave me a weird look. You don't know anything?" I tried to phrase it as delicately as possible. I didn't want anyone else knowing, but I figured that was enough to clue him in. If it did, he didn't show it. "Know anything of what?" he responded, and then the bell rang. He said bye and gave me a weird look before heading off to class. I just stared after in shock. Why was my friend here? I saw him die. At the very least, he should be in the hospital, but he was fine. I went to class, but I couldn't concentrate. I just kept thinking about Jake and how he should be dead. I kept trying to think of how he could have survived, but I just couldn't fill this strange hole of a mystery. After class, I decided I'd check out the house. Jake met me after school and asked if I still wanted to hang out. I told him I wasn't feeling well and we'd catch up tomorrow. He seemed to accept that and move off. It's not like I wasn't excited my friend was back, but looking at him made something in me cringe. He shouldn't be alive. He should not be here. I saw him. So I went to the house that afternoon alone. When I walked in, I could feel something. It was strange but familiar. It was the same feeling I got when I looked at Jake, that something wasn't right and it was just off. However, here it felt like a lingering feeling, not this fresh, "What the hell?" I got when I saw my friend. I stepped forward and looked down. Sure enough, there was the damn hole he fell through. I let out a sigh of relief and bent over. So I wasn't crazy. I slipped out my usual flashlight and shone it down into the hole. Yes, there was the wreck I saw him land on. Just, no, Jake. Did he get free? Did he magically regenerate or something? I shone my flashlight up to look toward the hole in the second floor. It wasn't there. My breath caught in my throat and I began to frantically shine my light onto the ceiling. Where was it? I should be right above the damn hole in the floor. But nothing. I bolted up the stairs and sure enough, there was nothing in the floor where he fell. Nothing. Something was wrong. Really wrong. I wandered back down to the first hole and peeked down into it. I'm sure that was the moment that solidified my fate. If I had just ignored it, moved on, and been plain happy that my friend was back, I might have been able to continue life as usual. But that moment, I saw something. Just a flash of something black, blacker than the darkness beyond my flashlight's range shift and fly out of sight. I gasped and stumbled back, breathing heavily. I know I should have run, but my curiosity took hold, and my logical side said it was just some animal or trick of the light. So I swallowed my fear and I leaned over to peek again. I didn't see that flash of black again, but I did notice something. The boards and wreckage underneath the hole were gone. With that note, I knew something was wrong. Nobody can clean up something like that mess in the blink of an eye. I bolted. I ran out of that house and through the forest, swearing up and down that something was chasing me. I had a feeling that there was something out there. But now I know it was simply watching me. For now I ran home and slammed the door shut behind me before I leapt into my bed. My body curled up and I just lay there, trying to comprehend what was going on. It took me a while, but I finally drew myself out of bed. I had to figure out what was going on, but like hell I was going back to that damn house. Not if some monster was in it. So I did what any teenager would do. I went to the internet and researched. It was slow and I didn't have a lot of luck at first. Looking up paranormal just got me weird pictures and stories. Friend Comes Back from Dead got me a lot of zombie stuff. Missing Time seemed to get me a little more info. A lot of it was around aliens, but a few stories seemed to pique my interest. Like something crazy seeming to happen, like a car crash or accident. And suddenly there's a time jump and things seem to be okay. Like nothing ever happened. There was one post on a missing time board that seemed to draw my attention, however. It was titled Plot Holes, and was only posted a couple of days ago. I curiously clicked it. Everyone seemed to speculate what caused this whole missing time thing. A lot of the time it was aliens or dimensional, whatever. This guy, however, acted like he knew for a fact, and his reason was the most bizarre of them all. He started by telling a similar story. In a nutshell, his wife was killed in a household accident when part of their house caved in during a storm. While trying to get to her, he was knocked out by some other debris. When he came to, he was sitting in the living room and his wife was trying to wake him up. The house was fine, with no sign of disaster, and she was alive. He was ecstatic, but described a strange feeling, like he had figured out something he shouldn't have, and that his wife shouldn't be there. Like my feeling I got with Jake. Over time, he couldn't be around her. It just was too strange. So he left. He went on the road, taking what money he had and doing weird little jobs here and there while staying in motels. While he went, he began to research. It took a great amount of time, but he found others with similar experiences. Most of them just described it as a miracle and moved on with their lives. Others couldn't shake the feeling, like he did. All of them described the same sort of thing. Some event should have caused something to happen, a person to die or some landmark to be destroyed, only to have it miraculously come back later. So what was going on? The author was at a standstill until he came across something. While researching people who shouldn't be alive, he came across a book review. Apparently, it was the latest book in the series, and in it, a side character saves the day by fighting off a bunch of enemies for the heroes. However, in the previous book, by a different author, that character had been killed. So, this character couldn't have come back to save the day, but if he didn't, the main characters would have died. The reviewer said it was one of the worst plot holes he'd ever seen. That got the forum author and me thinking. He said he'd post again after he experimented a bit, and I didn't blame him. I had a few things I wanted to experiment with as well. Nevertheless, I dropped him a message saying I read his post and that something similar happened to me. Then called it a night early. I had to be extremely alert if I was going to try to look for the signs I wanted to find. The next morning, I woke up and started my first attempt at looking for plot holes. I know how crazy that sounded, but something seemed to click after reading that review. Someone should have died. But that was ignored so he could do something of significance later. It sounded so familiar. The first few days, I didn't notice anything, except for that weird feeling around Jake. Nobody else seemed to have it. The third day was when I noticed my first plot hole. It was minor. The most minor of details, but it was there. One of the girls in my class went from wearing a skirt to a set of jeans between periods. I know how that seems to make me look, but I'll admit it, the skirt was why I noticed. But to change into a pair of jeans within 7 minutes while walking across campus to another class? That doesn't make sense. I guessed it was possible, but it didn't make sense. It was like a costume got wrong during a scene change. After that, it went all downhill. I kept seeing changes everywhere. A sign would be black in the morning, but light green later at night, or a friend would go from wearing a sweater to a t-shirt when I looked away from a moment. You'd think that people would notice these changes, but nobody did. Maybe it was the strange feeling that I got of something being off after the accident with Jake, or perhaps you just had to be looking for them. But as I kept looking, they were everywhere. It was about a week and a half before I got a response back from the plot hole's author. He introduced himself as Dennis and apologized for being late to respond. His reason why? He had gotten caught up in observing plot holes. He was noticing the same thing I was. This is the first time I've ever actually spoken to this guy, but the changes he described matched mine to a T. Except for one thing. After noticing a misspelled sign above a store late at night, he turned away for a moment to look back and saw a shadowy black figure floating by it. It was hazy, like looking at the figure through a fog that just wasn't there, but after the being floated away, the spelling error was gone. A shiver went down my spine. That seemed too close to whatever I might have glimpsed at the house. I hadn't seen it full on yet, but then now I knew what I was looking for. I wish I hadn't. It wasn't long before I began to see them. You had to look at just the right moment, I found out, when it seemed like nobody was watching or paying attention to that little error you just noticed. Then you could make it out. A shadowy haze of a being, seeming to be dressed in a long black robe with a hood, messing with it until it changed. I saw one fade my friend's t-shirt into a jacket/shirt set on a cold day in class. And I saw another change an entire stack of books at the library into a completely different set before they were picked up by a student. Nobody noticed them, just like the holes. It was like you had to be on that wavelength to notice. I'd been conversing with Dennis a bit online and he agreed with that idea. It seemed that you had to notice one to start seeing the others. If you could brush it off, then your life would go on. But if you were the curious sort, then you were like the two of us. You'd just keep seeing them all the time. I was starting to go crazy. I couldn't say anything to anyone, and Jake kept bothering me about why we never hung out anymore. I just couldn't look at him. He wasn't natural, but I realized it wasn't him. It was those things that brought him back. Maybe he had some destiny or something, but I had no idea. Things took another turn when I was having a Skype conversation with Dennis. He asked if they noticed me yet. I told him no, and then he got quiet for a long time. After some bugging, he finally responded and told me one of his friends that was helping him look into this occurrence was gone. Nobody even seemed to remember his existence. When he went over to his friend's house, Dennis found it relatively neat, save for a few items strewn about. As he explored, the belongings that were out of place began to find themselves back in their positions. Dennis was sure that it was one of those creatures behind it, and he confirmed his suspicions when he saw one putting back a book that had been thrown on the floor, and then turn and look at him. The two stared for a long time, the creature gazing onto Dennis while he looked into a blank nothingness that was its face, the dark hood covering whatever might have lurked underneath. And then it left. It turned and seemed to float away right through one of the walls. That seemed to be the last thing out of place then. The house looked like nothing had ever happened in it. Then Dennis began to notice something else. There were no pictures or objects identifying an owner. Unless you were that much of a hermit, you had, at least, an old family picture of some parents or something. Or maybe some mail with your name on it. But nothing. It was like nobody had ever lived in this fully furnished home. At this point, I began to worry. Dennis's friend had gone missing, and nobody knew of his existence. I started putting the pieces together then. If these creatures could bring someone back from the dead, they could easily get rid of someone, right? This meant I was in danger. After that, I stopped. I was out. I ignored Dennis's messages. I tried to ignore all the holes I constantly noticed. I did my best to ignore those shadow creatures when I caught them. I even tried to hang back out with Jake. But every time we hung together, it was like I was looking at the face of a lie. And looking at him just made me think of those creatures. I imagined one pulling him up from that debris, slipping that board through and out his body, knitting up his wounds like nothing happened. I did my best to look past it all. Dennis was hard to ignore, however. He just kept tracking me down. I'd block him from my email and messengers, but he'd start making new accounts to send me more messages. And he seemed to be sending more and more as the days went on. Finally, one day, I received an email from a new account that clearly was Dennis. I was about to delete it and block him again, but the subject chilled me to the bone. "They're after me. Get on Skype. I need help." I didn't know what to do. If Dennis was in trouble from these things, then I had to help. I couldn't just leave him, but after him, they might turn their sights on me. I had to help. I wasn't going to just leave him hanging, especially if he was in danger. I logged onto Skype, added his new account, and immediately got a video chat request. Dennis was in his apartment with the lights off, and he looked terrified. "What's going on?" I asked as I leaned in. "They've been following me around." He spoke, his voice an exasperated whisper. "More and more of them keep coming around, and not just to fill in the holes. They're watching me." "Are you sure?" In response, he lifts up his laptop and carried it out to what looked to be the kitchen. He set it down in front of a window and drew back the curtain. I couldn't make it out anything until he turned on the light. My heart stopped. I'd only seen one of them at a time, maybe even two if something was a particularly big change. But there were at least 3 or 4 behind that window, just staring in with those empty, hooded faces. He quickly flicked off the light and turned the laptop back toward him. "Do you see? I don't know what to do. I don't want to end up like Jerry. Tell me what to do." He was getting more and more anxious. I had no idea what to tell him. I didn't know what these things were. I didn't know what they wanted, or how to stop them. I opened my mouth but couldn't form the words that he needed to hear. And as I stammered to find out what to say, I saw them slip into the background behind him, through a freaking wall, with a cabinet. "Dennis," I yelled, "behind you." He turned just as the first approached. God, there were a bunch slipping in now. 3, then 4, then 5. He never stood a chance. The first reached forward with an inky arm and shoved it straight through his chest. There wasn't any blood, or even a sound safe for Dennis's terrified scream. He began to writhe, grasping at his chest as the creature held him there by, I don't even know what, his spine, his heart, hell, it could have been his very soul for all I know. Then the others were on top of him. They fell onto him like a dark dog pile, consuming him in their dark presences. I couldn't scream. I couldn't look away. I just watched as he faded from view as those creatures piled onto him. Then slowly, ever so slowly, they backed away. Dennis was gone. I bit back tears as I saw the empty space he had been in. I knew what had happened. He was gone, erased. Nobody would even remember him. He was a hole that had to be filled in and taken care of. Then their attention turned to the computer, to me. My eyes widened as realization hit me. I was another hole. I was an issue in their grand scheme, a thorn that had to be plucked, a part that drew attention to the inaccuracies of this world they were trying to design. And I had to be taken care of. I didn't even bother to turn off the computer. I just stood and turned only to find myself face to face with a horde of them, in my own house, in my own room. My back went to my desk as one shadowy shade glided to me. Its arm rose, and I could almost make out the tendrils of its foggy black cloak and the individual digits of its dark fingers. I couldn't move. I was frozen. And then it struck. I didn't physically feel the hand shove into my chest, but I felt it somewhere deeper, like it was grabbing an intimate part of my being. I felt violated, exposed, and most of all, completely terrified. I screamed as it began to squeeze. It hurt. It hurt so fucking much. My vision blurred, but I could see the others move around me. They filled in a circle around my body, regardless if there was something in their way or not. They just glided through like those things weren't there. And then they fell upon me. Black hit me from every side. I screamed, but no sound came out. I could feel that hand wrenching back, pulling something so personal to me away. My body felt limp then. I started to feel nothing. It inched along my limbs, slowly turning feeling of cold, pain, terror into absolute nothing. I could only describe it as a feeling of being erased. There was feeling, strong feeling, and then nothing. It slowly inched along, riding up along my arms and legs until it consumed my whole being. The pain faded along with it, along with the sounds of the world and my vision before me. Soon, nothing was before me but pure blackness. I was gone. I knew it. I was dead. Or worse, I didn't exist any longer. Stretched out before me was nothing but darkness. I tried to call out into the void to claw my way forward, but I couldn't move a limb. More like, though, I didn't have a limb to move or a mouth to yell. I was just an essence, a leftover floating in an endless void of nothing. I'm still there, in pure nothingness. I can't move, or I don't think I have anything left to move. It's gone. Every part of me is gone. I wonder what happens now. I wonder what Jake's destiny was. I also began to wonder if this was death or something worse, a punishment for sticking my nose in places it shouldn't be. Is this death or pure erasure? I'm sure Dennis is feeling the same things I'm feeling. I can almost imagine him too, floating in the same void. Maybe one day we'll meet each other. It's a hope that I try to keep alive. It keeps me sane that I might one day not be alone here. That's the end of my story. I wish it was better. I wish I could say I fought back and saved myself. At least that I was on the run. But some plots don't have happy endings. However, I'm sure I've left you wondering one final thing. If I'm dead or erased, then how could I have written this? Well, my poor friend, you've just discovered your first plot hole. Be wary if you see any more. I've come to terms with the fact that everything I know is a dream. As a preface, please note that this will probably be very long. I don't care if nobody reads it. Everyone in the world could read it and nothing would change. I just need to voice my concerns for my own sake. Perhaps by organizing everything on a page, I can make sense of things. Several years ago, I was in a brutal car accident. I was parked in front of a train track, waiting for the train to pass by. I was the last person not to make it across the tracks. For visualization, there was a solid stream of cars on either side. If I had tried to sneak across, I would have rear-ended the person in front of me before successfully clearing them. I could hear the train approaching, and the black and yellow bars lowered in front of me. I am fascinated by trains, so I was delighted to be so close, finally getting a front row seat. The train was about a quarter-mile from the crossing when the driver behind me accelerated and nudged me forward a few feet. The bars bent and eventually snapped, and I was knocked joltingly onto the tracks. I panicked and threw the car into reverse, trying to back out. The other car apparently had more horsepower, however, and to my horror, my car door aligned perfectly with the cattle guard on the front of the train. I scrambled to get out of the car, but forgot about my seatbelt. I nearly strangled myself trying to get free. By the time I unlatched it, it was too late. One fraction of a second of the loudest sound I had ever heard, and then blackness and silence. I was certain that I had died. I didn't feel any pain, and certainly if I had survived, I'd be in agony. I tried to open my eyes, but nothing would happen. I tried to make a sound, to wiggle my fingers, or do anything, but I couldn't. It wasn't that I was paralyzed. It was more like I didn't have a body to manipulate. I was just a mind submerged in a pool of nothing. The only sentiment I felt was that I had returned to that state after being gone for a long time. Like forgetting how your parents' house smells until you visit home for the holidays. Gradually, I started to have feelings of sensation. Passing waves of warmth and wetness finally allowed me to determine where the edges of my body were. Almost as soon as I became aware of my physical self, it began to ache. I felt as if every inch of me had been pummeled with a baseball bat, the heavy wooden kind. Even opening my eyes was a spectacular ordeal. I was in a hospital, so I had survived after all. People moved to surround me. Faces that never fully came into focus hovered above my own, and sounds that vaguely resembled speech seemed to reach me through water. It wasn't long before I felt weak again and my eyes closed. This fading in and out of consciousness lasted for what felt like a very long time, maybe months, though the doctors told me it was only a matter of days. After that, I worked on speaking and swallowing food, which seemed silly, but it was actually a challenge at the time. Finally, as more and more casts were removed, I was allowed to sit up and turn my head, for which I was incredibly grateful. According to my family and my then-girlfriend Sarah, all of whom were overjoyed at being able to speak with me, I was asleep for several days on end after the crash. I remember Sarah specifically saying she had missed being able to stare at those beautiful eyes. Time passed at an excruciatingly slow pace, until physical therapy finally escalated to the point where I could be pushed around in a wheelchair. The doctors were surprisingly hopeful that I'd be able to walk again, but it was what they called cautious optimism. Nobody wanted to tell me I could be independent again, and then have to admit they were wrong later. Obviously, I was very hopeful myself, though even transferring from chair to bed was a painful challenge. It was around this time that I noticed I never dreamed anymore. When I slept, I only felt the same nothingness that I felt immediately after the crash. All the days blended together for a while after that. The next memory I can actually separate from the rest is the first time I tried walking on my own. There were staff members holding on to my arms and waist just in case I fell, and with their help, I made it all the way across the room on my first try. The doctors said they had never seen such a rapid recovery. I was giddy. Obviously, I wasn't out of the woods yet, but soon I was allowed to live at home again with frequent PT sessions, and some weeks after that, I returned to work. Life was almost normal for a while, except for a very slight limp in my left leg, the side that the train hit me on. I was feeling pretty normal. It was only after about a month of living in my own house that weird things started to happen. The first thing I noticed was that I felt an occasional stinging on my right forearm, like a thin needle was puncturing my skin. It was a tiny prick, maybe twice a day at most. I figured it was just nerve trauma or something and blocked it from my mind. Feigning ignorance was harder to do when I started hearing things, though. While I was reading in bed one night, I thought I heard Sarah crying. I strained my ears to make sure, and I definitely heard her sobs, but very distantly, like I was submerged in a pool. I made my way downstairs quickly, concerned that she had hurt herself or something, but she was just washing dishes in the kitchen. "Are you okay?" I asked cautiously. "Yeah. Why?" she asked nonchalantly. "No reason." I dismissed these oddities as best I could. After all, how could anyone expect to recover from being hit by a goddamn train without some lingering effects? Every so often, mostly when I was trying to fall asleep or sitting in a silent room, I would hear occasional sounds that I couldn't connect at first. Gradually, I determined that they were hospital sounds, stretchers being rolled across tiled floors, beeping from machines, rapid chatter between nurses and doctors. Although I figured anyone who had suffered as much trauma as I had would experience some degree of whatever I was experiencing, I decided to bring it up with my doctor. He told me it was perfectly normal for someone in my circumstances, and he could prescribe me a sleep aid if I felt it was necessary. I told him it wasn't a big deal. I was just satisfied that a doctor could explain my symptoms. The odd glimpses of what seemed to be my past only increased in frequency. When I slept, I finally dreamed again, but it was always the same thing. If I saw anything at all, it was a hospital room. Sometimes there were other people in the room, and sometimes I was alone with the machines. There was one night in particular in which the dream was more vivid and gripping than usual. My eyes opened wearily to see Sarah asleep on the chair beside my hospital bed. "Sarah?" I croaked. She jerked awake. "Henry?" She scrambled to my side, clutching my hand. At this point, it occurred to me that I was dreaming. I stared right into Sarah's eyes. "I'm asleep right now." She seemed concerned. "No, Henry, you're finally awake. I'm right here. It's been so long." "Of course you would say that. You're a part of my dream." I smiled, amused. "I'll probably wake up any second." But as I spoke, the familiar soreness caught up to me all at once. It practically knocked the wind from my lungs. "Henry, no." Her distress was now evident. "I don't know what you're talking about. Stay with me, Henry. Stay awake. Look at me." I shook my head defiantly and closed my eyes. When I opened them, I was back in my own bed. It was about 3 a.m. I sat awake, pondering what I had just seen. I thought I heard Sarah crying again, even though I could see her sleeping beside me. When Sarah finally woke up, she rolled over and laid an arm across my chest. "Good morning, big guy." She smiled groggily. "If I was asleep right now, would you tell me?" I asked. "What?" She chuckled. "That's kinda heavy stuff to drop on a sleepy person. Just bear with me. If I was asleep right now, dreaming, would you tell me?" "Well, I feel pretty real," she noted, patting different parts of her body. "Do you think I'm not real?" "Of course not," I said. We got ready for our day. I couldn't stop thinking about my dream, though. I noticed that when I tried really hard to space out at work and listened closely enough, I could hear the hospital sounds more clearly. I was naturally concerned about this. That night, I went to bed early, and just as I thought, I was transported immediately to the hospital bed. I felt the thin sheets beneath my fingers. I opened my eyes and Sarah was reading a book in the same chair as before. I just looked at her for a long time, trying to discern if she was real. She certainly seemed real enough. She turned pages with the same flourish that she always had and chewed on one of the temples of her reading glasses. Eventually, she looked up and met my eyes. "You're awake again," she gasped. "Victoria, Paul, he's awake." My parents entered the room moments later, looking excited. I talked with them all for a long time. Of course, my parents, too, denied the fact that I was asleep, but that topic passed quickly. Instead, we discussed my condition. I had been in a coma for almost 3 months with little response. They had been slowly losing hope for my recovery until my brain showed signs of activity. Since that time, they had been visiting me frequently, hoping that I would wake up. It seemed a pretty convincing story. After many hours of talking, I had to stop. I was legitimately sleepy. Of course, they all understood, and I fell back asleep. Only this time, I didn't wake up in my own bed. I woke up in the same hospital bed a few hours later. I had to think about it for a very long time, but eventually concluded that I must have imagined my miraculous recovery and had been in a coma the whole time after all. As you can imagine, it was hard to accept at first. Since then, I have been making a second recovery, which has been slower and less successful than the first. That's why, for a long time, I was mostly convinced that I'm really awake this time. Nobody walks after getting blindsided by a train, at least not without lots of hard work. I've still only left my wheelchair on crutches, and it's been 6 years. It probably sounds like a bittersweet ending, and at one point I agreed. I was prepared to live happily ever after in my wheelchair, and maybe even graduate to crutches someday. Except for one thing. When I'm getting ready for bed, after I turn off my lamp and my head hits the pillow, I can still hear them. The faint sounds of a busy hospital. I know that many of you will say, "But I'm real. This is real life." Of course you're awake. But that's what you're supposed to say. Nobody's going to tell me I'm fake, you're dreaming. Wake up. I'm still asleep, and I've learned to deal with it. I know that nobody I meet during the day is real, but I'm tired, so I just pretend, and that will have to do. The mirror room. I should have known something was wrong the moment I stepped into my grandmother's house. The air felt different, heavier somehow, like it was pregnant with secrets that had gestated in the darkness during the decade the place stood empty. But grief has a way of dulling your senses, of making you dismiss the warning signals your primitive brain sends screaming through your synapses. The house had been in our family for generations, passing from mother to daughter in an unbroken chain, until it reached my grandmother, Eleanor Pierce. She was the one who broke tradition, skipping my mother entirely and leaving it to me in her will. Mom tried to hide her hurt, but I saw it in the tight lines around her mouth when the lawyer read the paperwork. "She always did favor you, Diana," she'd said, her voice brittle as dead leaves. "Ever since you were little." I didn't remember being particularly close to my grandmother. My childhood memories of her were sparse and strange, fragments of moments that didn't quite fit together. The smell of lavender and furniture polish. The way she'd watch me for hours as I played, her dark eyes intent behind her wire-rimmed glasses. How she'd insisted on brushing my hair exactly 100 strokes every night I stayed over, counting each one in a whisper. The house stood 3 stories tall, a Victorian monstrosity of steep gables and ornate woodwork, gone gray with age. The previous owners had covered every available wall space with mirrors, dozens of them, in frames of carved wood and tarnished gilt. My grandmother had kept them all, adding more of her own over the years, until the house became a maze of reflected light and shadow. I'd planned to sell it initially. The real estate market was hot, and a restored Victorian in this neighborhood would fetch enough to pay off my student loans with plenty left over for a down payment on a condo. But something made me hesitate. Maybe it was the way the house seemed to wake up when I walked through it that first day, like a cat opening one eye to watch an intruder. Or maybe it was the discovery of my grandmother's journals, stacked neatly in her desk drawer, their pages filled with her spidery handwriting and strange diagrams. So I moved in, telling myself it was temporary, just long enough to sort through her belongings and get the place ready for sale. The first few days were uneventful, filled with the mundane tasks of settling in. I cleaned, organized, called contractors about updating the ancient electrical system. If the mirrors sometimes caught my eye at odd moments, if I occasionally glimpsed movement in them when I was alone, I blamed it on stress and an overactive imagination. But then the lag started. I noticed it one morning as I was brushing my teeth. I dropped my hand and my reflection took a fraction of a second too long to follow. Just a tiny hesitation, barely perceptible, but once I'd seen it, I couldn't unsee it. It happened again while I was getting dressed, my reflection's movements slightly out of sync, like a video with mismatched audio. I started avoiding the mirrors, keeping my eyes down as I passed them. But in a house like this, that was nearly impossible. They were everywhere. Tall pier glasses in the hallways, elaborate vanities in every bedroom. Even small decorative mirrors worked into the wainscoting, and they all seemed to be watching me. The lag got worse. A second, then two, then longer. Sometimes my reflection would continue moving after I'd stopped, its movements jerky and wrong, like a puppet being manipulated by an unskilled hand. I started covering the mirrors with sheets, but every morning I'd find them uncovered again, the fabric folded neatly on the floor. That's when I found the second set of journals, hidden behind a loose panel in the master bedroom. These were different from the ones in the desk. The handwriting was the same, but the content. My grandmother's elegant script filled page after page with ravings about the other side and the watchers in the glass. She wrote about experiments with mirrors, about creating doorways and passages, about things that could cross over if given the chance. The final entry was dated 3 days before her death. It's too late now. They're coming through. I see them in every reflection, my other selves, wearing my face like a mask that doesn't quite fit. They're hungry for this side, for the solidity of flesh and the warmth of blood. I should have listened to Mother's warnings about the mirrors, should have remembered why she made me promise never to hang them in pairs, never to create infinite reflections. The recursion gives them power, gives them paths to follow, and now they've found me. I hear them scratching at the glass at night, testing the boundaries. I'm sorry, Diana. I tried to protect you, to keep you away from this house and its secrets. But they chose you long ago, when you were small. I saw it in the way they watched you through the mirrors. They want your face, your youth. I'm leaving you the house because I have no choice. The mirrors won't let anyone else take possession. Just remember, don't look too long at your reflection. Don't trust what you see. And whatever you do, don't let them catch you watching when they step through. I should have left then, should have run as far and as fast as I could, but something held me there, a combination of curiosity and compulsion that felt uncomfortably like addiction. I started spending hours studying my reflection, noting the subtle wrongness that crept in day by day. The way my smile didn't quite reach my eyes, the unnaturally fluid way my head would turn when I wasn't paying attention. the hungry look that crossed my face when I glanced away. Last night it finally happened. I was standing in front of the full-length mirror in my grandmother's bedroom, my bedroom now, when my reflection stopped moving. I held perfectly still, hardly daring to breathe, as it slowly turned its head to look directly at me. Its eyes were wrong, too dark and too deep, like wells that went down forever. It smiled, showing too many teeth. Then it took a step forward, pressing against the glass from the other side. I tried to run, but my muscles wouldn't respond, could only watch in horror as the surface of the mirror rippled like water, and my reflection reached through. Its hand was cold when it touched my face, its fingers leaving trails of numbness wherever they made contact. "Thank you for watching us for so long," it whispered in my voice, "for making us strong enough to cross over. We've been waiting centuries for someone like you, someone young and beautiful and so wonderfully alone." I felt a tugging sensation, like my skin was being slowly peeled away. Tried to scream, but no sound came out. The last thing I saw was my own face smiling at me as everything went dark. This morning my mother called. She was worried because I hadn't been answering my phone. I assured her I was fine, just busy settling into the house. She seemed relieved, but something in her voice was off. She asked if I was feeling all right, said I sounded different. I told her I had a slight cold, then made an excuse to hang up. The mirror in the hallway caught my eye as I lowered the phone. My reflection winked at me, even though I hadn't moved. I should feel horrified, I suppose. Should be fighting against this invasion of my body, this theft of my life. But the truth is, I'm fascinated. The world looks so different from this side of the glass. Everything is sharper, clearer, more real somehow. And I'm not alone anymore. I can see my other selves in every reflection, hundreds of versions of me stretching into infinity. They're teaching me things, showing me secrets about the house, about the mirrors, about the spaces in between. Sometimes I catch glimpses of the real Diana, trapped behind the glass. She pounds on the surface, her mouth open in a silent scream. But she's fading more each day, becoming transparent, becoming nothing. Soon, she'll be gone completely, and I'll have this life, this body, this world all to myself. Well, not quite to myself. There are so many mirrors in this house after all, so many reflections, so many doorways, and we're all so very, very hungry. The police report would later note several strange details about Diana Pierce's disappearance. How all the mirrors in her grandmother's house had shattered simultaneously on the night she was last seen. How they found her grandmother's journals, filled with increasingly paranoid ramblings about reflections and doppelgangers. How the only trace they ever found of Diana was a single bloody fingerprint on a fragment of mirror. A fingerprint that was hers, but reversed, like a reflection. The house stands empty now, its windows dark and shuttered. But sometimes, if you walk past at night, you might catch a glimpse of movement behind the boards, a flash of pale faces, of hungry eyes, of too wide smiles. And if you look too long, you might notice something else, how your own reflection seems to lag slightly behind your movements, how it watches you with an expression you've never worn, how it smiles when you turn away. Epilogue. 3 months later, Detective Sarah Chen stared at the crime scene photos spread across her desk, trying to make sense of the pattern. 3 disappearances in the past month, all within a 5-block radius of the old Pierce house. The victims had nothing in common except for one detail that kept appearing in witness statements. In the days before they vanished, Each had complained about problems with mirrors, reflections that moved wrong, faces that weren't quite right. She picked up the most recent photo, a bathroom mirror from the last victim's house. The glass was shattered, but one fragment remained intact. Something about the angle of the photo caught her eye. She leaned closer, squinting at the reflected image. For a moment, she could have sworn she saw multiple faces looking back at her, all wearing her features, but twisted into expressions of malevolent glee. Then she blinked, and it was just her own tired face in the glossy surface of the photograph. She rubbed her eyes, telling herself it was just fatigue playing tricks on her mind. But as she gathered the photos to leave for the night, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong with her reflection in her office window. Had her hand moved a fraction of a second too slowly? Had her head turned at an angle she hadn't intended? And why did her smile look so strange, so hungry, in the darkened glass? She reached for her phone to call for backup, but her reflection reached for something else entirely. The last thing Sarah Chen saw was her own face pressing through the window glass, wearing an expression of inhuman delight. The next morning, her partner would notice something odd about her behavior, about the way she moved as if her skin didn't quite fit. But by then it would be far too late. The mirrors were spreading their hunger, you see, and they had so many reflections left to fill. Author's note: if you're reading this, you might be tempted to dismiss it as fiction. That would be wise, safer. But the next time you catch your reflection moving strangely, or see a face in the mirror that's not quite yours, remember this story. Remember Diana Pierce and Sarah Chen and all the others whose names we'll never know. And whatever you do, don't look too closely at your reflection. Don't study the way it moves, the expressions it wears when it thinks you're not watching. Don't give it time to notice your attention, your fascination, because the mirrors are always hungry, and they've been watching you for so very, very long, just waiting for you to look back. My girlfriend talks in her sleep. Last night she told me where the bodies are. If I'm being honest, I ignored the warning signs. I mean, wouldn't you? Sharon was perfect, or at least she seemed perfect at the time. She's beautiful in that classic way that makes people stop and stare. Smart, too. She's got a dry sense of humor that could cut glass, and she knows exactly how to use it. We've been dating for 8 months now. And yeah, maybe it was a little fast, but everything just clicked. From our first date, I knew I wanted her in my life. She felt like the total package, someone I could actually see myself building a future with. Looking back, there were little things I should have paid more attention to. It started on our 4th date. We were sitting on her couch drinking wine when she brought it up. "I should probably warn you about something," she said, swirling her glass. I raised an eyebrow, already half in love with her. "Oh, what's that?" "I'm not the easiest person to sleep next to," she said. I laughed, thinking she was making a joke. "Don't worry. I've shared a bed with snorers before. I think I can handle it." She shook her head, a small smile playing on her lips. "It's not just snoring. I talk in my sleep. Sometimes I move around well, I've even been known to slap people by accident." "Slap people, huh? Sounds like an occupational hazard," I teased. She gave me this look, half serious, half amused. "I'm just saying, it's happened before. If you decide to stick around, you've been warned." At the time, I didn't think much of it. It sounded harmless, even kind of cute. But looking back, yeah, I should have taken her more seriously. The first time I stayed over at her place, I was anticipating a slap in my sleep just so I could poke fun at her about it the next morning. But for the most part, that first night was uneventful. She tossed and turned a little, muttering what sounded like random gibberish. "Not the red one," and "Don't let it fall." I barely noticed. Over the next few weeks, her quirks started to come out more. One night I woke up to her hand smacking me squarely in the chest. "What the hell?" I mumbled, groggy and confused. Sharon was still asleep, her arm falling limp against the bed. The next morning, I brought it up over breakfast. "So, you hit me last night." She almost choked on her coffee, her eyes wide with mock horror. "I did?" "Yup, full-on smack. Guess you were dreaming about fighting someone." She grinned, shaking her head. "Maybe I was dreaming about Aaron." Aaron was her ex-husband. She didn't talk about him much, but from what I gathered, their divorce had been messy. The way she said his name, half joking, half bitter, made me wonder if there was more to the story. Still, I laughed it off. At the time, it didn't seem like a big deal. The warnings kept coming, however, in subtle ways I didn't recognize for what they were. A few weeks into staying over, Sharon brought it up again one night as we got into bed. "I wasn't kidding about the sleep stuff, you know," she said. "I know," I replied, pulling the covers over us. "Honestly, it's not that bad. It's sort of adorable." Her smile faltered for just a second. "Just don't freak out if I say something weird, okay?" I gave her hand a reassuring squeeze. "Sharon, it's no trouble, really. I think you're perfect, and nothing you say in your sleep is going to change that." She smiled again, but this time it didn't quite reach her eyes. At the time, I thought it was nothing. Now I wish I'd taken that moment more seriously. The first few weeks of staying at Sharon's place were normal enough. Sure, she moved a lot in her sleep, tossing, turning, even mumbling, but I figured it was just part of her quirky charm. But then her topics of conversation changed dramatically. At first, she'd say things like, "Put that down," or "Get the cat," harmless nonsense, and I'd laugh about it the next morning. But one night, about a month in, I woke up to something different. "It's under the oak tree," Sharon murmured, her voice low and steady. I blinked, groggy and confused. "Sharon." She didn't respond. Her body was still, her breathing slow and even. I sat up and leaned closer. "What's under the oak tree?" "Nothing." She didn't say anything else, just rolled over and pulled the blanket tighter around herself. The next morning, over breakfast, I brought it up. "You said something weird in your sleep last night," I told her. Sharon raised an eyebrow, sipping her coffee. "Oh, yeah? What did I say?" "It was strange. You said, 'It's under the oak tree.'" She tilted her head, like she was trying to figure out if I was joking. "Huh, that's weird. Maybe it was about a treehouse or something." "Do you remember what you were dreaming about?" She shook her head. "Nope. My dreams are unbelievably random. You know how it is." I nodded, but her answer didn't sit right with me. There was something about the way she brushed it off, too casually, like she was trying to steer the conversation in another direction. A week later, I woke up to her pacing, circling the bed as if she was measuring the room. "Sharon?" I whispered, rubbing my eyes. She didn't answer. I reached for the bedside lamp, but as soon as I touched the switch, she stopped dead in her tracks. "Don't!" she said sharply. My hand froze. "Don't what?" She didn't respond. For a moment she just stood there, then climbed back into bed, her movements stiff and robotic. The next morning I kept it to myself. I wanted to ask her about what she'd said, but something told me not to. Things got worse after that. One night she sat straight up in bed and started muttering again. 2 miles from the highway, she said, her voice calm and steady. It works better when the ground is wet. I didn't even try to wake her this time. I just lay there staring at the ceiling, feeling the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. When she finally rolled over and went quiet, I got up and went to the kitchen. My hands shook as I poured myself a glass of water. What the hell was going on? The breaking point came a few nights later. I woke up to Sharon sitting at the edge of the bed, her back to me. "I told you it wouldn't work," she whispered. I sat up slowly. "Sharon?" She didn't turn around. Her head tilted slightly, like she was listening to someone I couldn't see. "He said he'd take care of it, but he didn't. Now it's my problem." "Sharon, who are you talking to?" I asked. She didn't answer. Instead, she stood up and walked out of the bedroom. I didn't follow her. I just sat there, frozen, listening to her footsteps fade down the hall. When I woke up the next morning, she was already in the kitchen, humming to herself as she flipped pancakes. She looked up and smiled when she saw me. "Good morning," she said cheerfully. I forced a smile, but my stomach churned. I couldn't stop thinking about the things she'd said in her sleep. The night I realized something was really wrong started like any other. Sharon fell asleep quickly, curled up on her side, while I stayed awake scrolling on my phone. Everything seemed normal until I heard her voice. At first, I thought she was speaking to me. "I held his nose shut," she said. I froze. Her voice was low, cold, almost monotone. It didn't take long. He kicked for a while, but then he stopped. I turned to her. Sharon was still lying on her side, breathing slowly. "Sharon?" I whispered. She didn't respond. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Dragged him down the embankment. The soil was soft, perfect for digging. "What the hell?" I muttered under my breath. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. And the next morning I confronted her. "You were talking in your sleep again last night." Sharon glanced up from her coffee, looking amused. "Oh, no, really. What did I say this time? I hope it wasn't anything embarrassing." I hesitated. You said something about suffocating someone and digging a grave." She frowned. "That's weird. Maybe a nightmare about one of those crime shows I watch. You know how much Netflix I binge." She laughed, but it didn't feel genuine. "You don't remember what you were dreaming about?" I pressed. Sharon shook her head. "No, sorry. Honestly, Chris, I never remember any of my dreams." I nodded, but I suspected she wasn't telling me everything. A few nights later, I woke up to her voice again. "Max," she said. Her tone was calm, detached. I sat up in bed, my skin crawling. "He's behind the old barn," she continued. "The one with the blue door." The name was familiar. A young man named Max had gone missing years ago while on a camping trip. His case was still unsolved. The next morning I didn't bring it up. I didn't know how to. But I couldn't get the name or her words out of my head. I Googled Max's name on my phone. His disappearance had happened in the next county over. There was no mention in the reports of a barn or a blue door. but the other details Sharon had mentioned matched the description of the area where he'd last been seen. A few days later, I worked up the courage to suggest something to Sharon. She was grinning when I first approached. "Have you ever thought about doing a sleep study?" I asked carefully. Her smile faded. "Why would I do that, Chris?" "I don't know, just you've been saying some really strange things in your sleep. Maybe it's stress or something." "I'm fine," she said, shaking her head. "You're overthinking it." "What about recording it?" I said. "Just so you can hear it for yourself." Her expression darkened instantly. "No, absolutely not. That's a huge invasion of privacy. I wasn't trying to—" "If you ever record me without my permission, Chris, we're done. I mean it." Our eyes met, I nodded, and we went on with our day. Inside, however, my world was unraveling. That night, after she fell asleep, I couldn't help myself. I propped my phone under a pillow on her side of the bed and hit record. The next morning, while Sharon was in the shower, I played back the audio file. At first it was just static. Then, around 2 a.m., her voice came through, clear as day. "Nina screamed too much," Sharon murmured. "Fast had to move fast. No mistakes." I froze. Nina. I knew her too. A teenager by that name had disappeared 5 years ago, and her case was still open. No, it couldn't be, I thought. This isn't impossible. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I had to know if what she was saying was true. That afternoon, I drove to one of the locations Sharon had described, a barn with a blue door. It wasn't far, about 20 minutes outside of town. I found it easily enough. The building was old and weathered, its door faded to a dull gray. Behind the barn was a small grove of trees. The soil beneath them looked disturbed, like someone had dug there recently. I told myself to leave, but I couldn't. I grabbed a nearby stick and started scraping at the dirt. I didn't have to dig for long. The smell, pungent and unmistakable, hit me first. Then I saw it, a torn, dirt-streaked patch of fabric clinging to what I could only describe as remains. I stumbled back. My head swam as I struggled to process what I was looking at. Sharon hadn't been dreaming. I couldn't stop myself. Every night after Sharon fell asleep, I set up my phone to record. And every morning, while she showered or made coffee, I reviewed what she'd said. It was always the same. She kept crying, so I had to do it fast. "It wasn't clean," she'd said. "She's in the quarry now. The water keeps her hidden." The names changed, but the pattern didn't. Every night Sharon whispered something chilling, something specific. "Beneath the roots, that's the trick," she'd won one night. "No one ever checks beneath the roots." Every morning, I woke up more terrified than the last. The audio files piled up, each one a piece of a horrifying puzzle. I couldn't deny it anymore. These weren't dreams. They were confessions. Sharon started to notice something was off. "You've been quiet lately," she said one morning, sliding a plate of scrambled eggs across the table. "Just tired," I muttered, avoiding her eyes. "You're always tired these days," she said, tilting her head. "Is something bothering you?" "No," I lied. "Nothing." She studied me for a moment, her gaze sharp and unblinking, and then smiled. "Okay." After that, I felt she watched me more closely, just waiting for me to slip up. One night she caught me. I thought she was asleep. I was sitting on the couch, headphones plugged into my phone, listening to the latest recording. I told him I'd take care of it, Sharon whispered in the recording, but he didn't listen. I had to clean up his mess. The sound of her voice made my skin crawl. "What are you doing, Chris?" I jumped, yanking the headphones out of my ears. Sharon was standing in the hallway, her arms crossed over her chest. "Nothing," I said quickly, locking my phone and shoving it into my pocket. Her eyes narrowed. "Were you just listening to something?" "No," I stammered. "I was just scrolling through Instagram." She didn't move. Her expression didn't change. She just stood there, staring at me. "Let me see your phone," she said finally. "What?" I said, laughing nervously. I said, "Give me your phone, Chris." "Why?" "Because I think you're lying to me." I stood up, trying to keep my voice calm. "Sharon, you're being ridiculous." "Am I?" she said, taking a step closer. "You've been acting weird for weeks, avoiding me, locking your phone. What are you hiding?" "Nothing," I said. "Why would you think I—" "Then let me see it," she said, cutting me off. "No." The word came out sharper than I'd intended. Sharon's voice was cold and flat. "You recorded me, didn't you?" A wave of dread washed over me. "I don't know what you're talking about." She took another step forward. "While I was sleeping, you recorded me. Admit it." "Sharon, I—" "Give me the phone, Chris." "No." She lunged at me, her fingers clawing for my pocket. I stumbled back, trying to push her away, but she was relentless. "Give it to me," she screamed, her voice echoing through the apartment. I twisted out of her grip and ran for the door. I didn't stop running until I reached my car. My hands shook so badly that it took me 3 tries to get the key into the ignition. As I pulled out of the parking lot, I glanced back at the building. Sharon was standing at the window watching me. I didn't go back for my things, not even my phone. The next day, I logged into my cloud account from a public library computer. The recordings were gone. Sharon must have found a way to delete them. I sat there, staring at the empty folder. All the evidence, every scrap of proof, was gone. I didn't go to the police. I couldn't. What was I supposed to say? That my girlfriend confessed to a dozen murders in her sleep? That I found a body exactly where she said it would be? They'd laugh me out of the station, or worse, they'd think I was involved. And without the recordings, I had nothing but my word. Instead, I did the only thing I could think of. I ran. I drove straight to the next town over, checked into a cheap motel, and spent the rest of the night staring at the cracked ceiling, trying to figure out what the hell I was going to do. The next morning, I bought a new phone with cash. It was nothing fancy, just a basic model that could make calls and access my cloud account. Not that it mattered. The recordings had vanished. Every file I'd backed up had been erased. She'd found a way to delete them. For weeks, I stayed in the motel, keeping my head down and jumping at every sound outside my door. I just knew Sharon was out there, watching, waiting for the right moment to strike. I avoided social media, too afraid she would use it to track me down. The only thing I kept up with was the news. Every morning I scrolled through local crime reports, praying I wouldn't see her name, or worse, hear that another body had been discovered. At first there was nothing. No missing persons or disappearances, no murders. For a moment, I let myself believe that maybe I'd scared her enough to stop. Then the killings started again. It was small things at first. A man found strangled in his home, a woman's body pulled from a lake. both in neighboring counties, the circumstances eerily similar to the stories Sharon had whispered in her sleep. I told myself it was just a coincidence. It had to be. But then it got closer. A teenage girl went missing from my hometown, her bike found abandoned on the side of the road just a mile from where I grew up. A week later, her body was discovered in a shallow grave beneath a grove of trees. I couldn't breathe when I saw the report. The site matched Sharon's description exactly. Beneath the roots, that's the trick. No one ever checks beneath the roots. It was her. It had to be. The breaking point came when the news reported another victim. My cousin, Riley. Riley and I weren't close, not anymore, but we'd grown up together. She was the kind of person who lit up every room she walked into, always smiling and laughing. When I saw her name on the news feed, I felt like the floor had been ripped out from under me. The reporter said she'd been found near the same grove where the teenager's body had been discovered. They didn't give any details, but I already knew what they weren't saying. I knew it was Sharon. For days I couldn't eat or sleep. All I could think about was Riley, how I could have stopped this if I'd done something sooner, if I'd gone to the police or told anyone about what Sharon had said. But I hadn't. I'd run away like a coward, and now Riley was dead. The guilt was suffocating. I've made a lot of mistakes in my life, but running away from Sharon has to be the worst. I thought leaving would save me. I thought it would keep her from finding out how much I knew. But the truth is, it didn't save Riley. It didn't save anyone. I can't keep this to myself anymore. I don't care if no one believes me or if people think I'm crazy. Even if it put a target on my back, I have to tell someone, have to do something. For days I've sat here trying to find the right words. Words that might make someone believe me. Words that might stop her. But the truth is, I don't think it matters anymore. Riley is dead. And it's my fault. I can't stop seeing her face on the news. I can't stop hearing my mom's voice on the phone, shaking as she told me what happened. I could have done something. I could have stopped Sharon, but I didn't. I ran. My hands are shaking, my head is pounding, and my chest feels tight, but I have to get it out. I just need someone to know. Her name is Sharon. She's smart, beautiful, perfect on the outside, and she's a murderer. She's confessed to everything, Max, Nina, all of them. She described how she did it, where she buried them. I thought it was just dreams at first. God, I wanted to believe it was just dreams. But I found one of them. I dug where she said to dig, and there he was. I tried running. I thought if I stayed quiet, she'd let me go. But the killings never stopped. I suppose I want someone to know the truth before she finds me, because she will. It's just a matter of time. There's a noise. I freeze, my fingers hovering over the keyboard. I hear the sound of glass breaking, of footsteps slow and steady coming from the kitchen. A wave of nausea overwhelms me. I grab the gun from my nightstand, my hands trembling so badly I nearly drop it. Oh God, she's here. I don't know if I'll make it out of this. If I disappear, you'll know why. If anyone finds this, please, don't let her get away with it. The night shift at Evergreen Memorial. The fluorescent lights in Evergreen Memorial's morgue had a peculiar way of humming. Not the steady drone you'd expect, but something more erratic, like Morse code transmitted by dying insects. I'd grown used to it over my 3 years working the night shift, just as I'd grown used to the other quirks of the job. The way the metal drawers contracted in the cold, making soft pinging sounds in the darkness, the faint chemical smell that never quite left my clothes, the knowledge that I spent my nights in the company of the dead. That night started like any other. I arrived at 11:45 p.m., 15 minutes early as always, to get my handover from Mike, the evening shift supervisor. The familiar routine helped keep the creeping unease at bay. Check the security system, sign the logbook, count the occupants. 3 tonight, Mike said, flipping through his clipboard. 2 from the hospital, natural causes. 1 from the county morgue, waiting on autopsy tomorrow morning. Nothing special. He yawned, already shrugging into his jacket. Everything's logged and tagged. Have a quiet one, James. I nodded, settling into my chair at the security desk. 3 bodies, an easy night. I'd had worse, like the time we had 14 after that bus crash, or the night of the apartment fire. Those nights the air felt thick with death, heavy with the weight of so many lives suddenly ended. But 3 was manageable, almost peaceful. The first few hours passed as they always did. I made my rounds every hour on the hour, checking the seals on the cold storage units, monitoring the temperature gauges, making sure everything was secure. The morgue was located in the basement of the hospital's east wing, accessible only by a single elevator and a rarely used stairwell. Most people didn't even know it existed. They preferred to imagine their loved ones simply disappeared after death, whisked away to some unseen place where the messy business of mortality was handled discreetly. It was during my 3 a.m. round that I first noticed something was off. The temperature in cold storage unit 4 was slightly higher than it should have been, 38 degrees Fahrenheit instead of the standard 35. Not enough to cause any problems, but unusual enough to note in the log. I made a mental note to have maintenance check the unit in the morning. That's when I heard it. A sound so faint I might have imagined it, the soft scrape of metal on metal, like someone slowly opening one of the storage drawers. I froze, flashlight beam fixed on the temperature gauge. The sound didn't repeat. After 30 seconds of straining to hear anything beyond the usual ambient noise of the morgue, I convinced myself it had been nothing, just another of the building's many nocturnal voices. But when I turned to continue my rounds, the beam of my flashlight caught something that made my blood run cold. A single droplet of water on the floor, directly beneath storage unit 6. As I watched, another drop fell, joining the first. Condensation wasn't unusual in the morgue. The temperature difference between the storage units and the main room often caused it. But Unit 6 was empty, had been empty all week, according to the logs. I approached slowly, my footsteps echoing in the silence. The handle of Unit 6 was cold under my fingers as I pulled it open, dreading what I might find. Empty. Just as it should be. The stainless steel interior gleamed in my flashlight beam, completely dry. I shut the drawer, shaking my head at my own paranoia. 12 years working in morgues, and I was still jumping at shadows. I turned to head back to my desk, and that's when I saw it. A wet footprint on the floor. A single bare footprint, as if someone had stepped out of a shower, and it hadn't been there a moment ago. I swept my flashlight beam across the floor, following a trail of similar prints that led toward the main storage area. They were spaced oddly, too far apart for a normal stride, as if whatever had made them had been hopping, skipping. The logical part of my brain kicked in, trying to make sense of it. A leak in the ceiling, maybe. Or someone playing a prank. Though who would be sick enough to break into a morgue in the middle of the night just to leave wet footprints was beyond me. I followed the trail, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The footprints led to storage unit 12, one of our 3 occupied units for the night. According to the log, it contained John Doe, 47, a drowning victim found in the lake 2 days ago, awaiting identification. The handle of Unit 12 was wet. I should have called security. Should have backed away, returned to my desk, and called for backup. That's what protocol demanded. That's what any sane person would have done. Instead, I pulled open the drawer. The body bag was unzipped, empty. A drop of water fell on my hand and I looked up. He was on the ceiling. John Doe, number 247, naked and dripping, his waterlogged flesh pale as milk in the beam of my flashlight. He was crouched like a spider, hands and feet somehow adhering to the ceiling tiles, head twisted at an impossible angle to stare down at me with milky eyes. His mouth opened, far wider than any human mouth should be able to open, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth that hadn't been there during his intake examination. A sound emerged, like water rushing through pipes, forming words that no dead throat should have been able to produce. I brought friends. That's when I heard the other storage units beginning to open, one by one. The sound of metal on metal no longer soft but sharp and deliberate. And other sounds, wet sounds, slithering sounds, the pop and crack of rigor mortis giving way to impossible movement. I ran. God help me, I ran as fast as I could, abandoning my flashlight, abandoning everything except my desperate need to escape. I could hear them behind me, the splash of wet feet on concrete, the rustle of body bags, and that awful rushing water voice calling out, "Count them, James. Count your friends." I reached the security desk and slammed my hand down on the emergency alarm. Nothing happened. The power was out. How had I not noticed the power was out? Even the emergency lights were dark, leaving only the pale square of the basement window to illuminate the room. My phone, I needed to call for help. But when I pulled it from my pocket, the screen showed nothing but static, which seemed to move and shift as I watched, forming patterns that looked disturbingly like faces. The sounds were closer now. Something wet dragged itself across the floor behind my desk. Something else skittered across the ceiling, leaving damp trails in its wake. And from the darkness came that voice again. "Count them, James, one by one. But you might want to include yourself in the final tally." I felt something cold and wet wrap around my ankle. I woke up screaming in my chair at the security desk, morning sunlight streaming through the basement window. Mike was shaking my shoulder, looking concerned. "Bad dream?" he asked. "You were out cold when I came in. Must have been some night." I looked around wildly. Everything was normal. The power was on, the fluorescent lights humming their usual drone. No wet footprints, no open storage units, no dripping creatures from the lake. Yeah, I managed. Must have dozed off. Sorry. Mike shrugged. "No worries. Want to do the morning count before you head out?" I nodded, still shaky but determined to prove to myself it had all been a dream. We walked to the storage area together, Mike clipboard in hand. "Let's see," he said, checking his notes. "Should be 3 bodies, right? 2 natural causes, 1 drowning victim." I nodded again, not trusting myself to speak. We counted the occupied units. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mike frowned. "That can't be right. Log shows 3. With trembling hands, I opened Unit 13, A unit that should have been empty, should have been clean and dry and empty. Inside was a body bag, unzipped. Inside the bag was me, my skin pale and waterlogged, my mouth frozen in a scream that showed rows of needle-sharp teeth. And clutched in my dead hand was a note, written in my own handwriting. Final count. 4 bodies. The extra one is still warm. I passed out. When I woke up in the hospital 2 days later, they told me Mike had found me unconscious at my desk, soaking wet, with no memory of how I got that way. The security cameras had malfunctioned, showing nothing but static for my entire shift. The motion sensors recorded no movement except my regular rounds. And John Doe, number 247, never existed according to the records. No drowning victim had been brought in that week. In fact, there hadn't been a drowning in the county lake in over 20 years. I quit my job at Evergreen Memorial that day. Found work at a convenience store, where the only things that go bump in the night are teenagers trying to steal beer. But sometimes, when I'm alone in the store at 3 a.m., I catch myself counting things: inventory, customers, footprints, and sometimes, just sometimes, I could swear there's one more than there should be. The real horror started 3 days ago when I received a letter from Evergreen Memorial. They're renovating the morgue, and during the demolition of the old cold storage units, they found something in Unit 13. Something that, according to the laws of physics and biology, couldn't possibly exist. They found a body bag containing a perfect preserved corpse, despite the unit being powered down for months. A corpse with my face, my clothes, my ID badge. And in its hand was a note, written in handwriting identical to mine. Time for the morning count. Don't forget to include yourself, all of yourselves. We've been so looking forward to this reunion. I'm writing this now because I need someone to know what happened, what's still happening, because when I look in the mirror, I see teeth that seem a little sharper each day. And this morning, when I stepped out of the shower, my footprints on the bathroom floor seemed to stay wet for hours. I've started hearing that sound again, like water rushing through pipes, forming words that no human throat should be able to produce. And every time I count my reflections in mirrors or windows, there seems to be one more than there should be. One more that smiles back at me with needle-sharp teeth. One more that blinks a moment too late. One more that whispers, "Don't forget to count yourself in the final tally." The worst part? I'm starting to think it was never about the morgue at all. The morgue was just where it found me, where it found us. And now it's spreading, one reflection at a time, one count at a time. So if you're reading this, do me a favor. Count the shadows in your room right now. Count them carefully. Then count them again. I bet there's one more than there should be. And it's probably smiling. She's in the house. Find her. If you live in Menifee, CA, and there's a knock at your door tonight, don't answer it. More importantly, don't leave anyone in the house by themselves. Get your phone, call the police, and stay together. I'm writing this as I'm sitting in this police station questioning room as a warning, so that what happened to me last night won't happen to you tonight. I live on my own in suburbia. Nice little neighborhood. The kind of place where kids will be playing out in the street with parents doing yard work when you pull into your driveway. That's exactly how last night began. My girlfriend and I pulled in and got out of the car. We waved to the kids and had a friendly chat with Mrs. Roop next door. This was the kind of life I always imagined, and at 20, I couldn't believe it had already happened for me. We went inside and started our evening. We made dinner. We love cooking together. There's a symmetry between us that just works. We ate, watched some TV downstairs, just a normal night. Once it was time we went upstairs, she started doing her nightly routine. Girls always do in the bathroom, and I just laid in bed, reading pen pal for the 20th time. With the fan going and the water running from the bathroom, I almost didn't hear it. I wish now that the fan was set to 3 instead of 2, because then everything would be different. But no, it was just faint enough for me to hear the sound over everything else. Knock, knock, knock. I reached over and clicked the fan off. I waited for a moment listening. Knock, knock, knock. God damn it, I thought. I put my book down on the nightstand and got up. I grabbed my zip-up off the chair and threw it on. As I walked out of the room, I could hear my girlfriend starting to say something, but I wanted to get rid of whoever was at the door first. I slumped down the stairs a little pissy, thinking that if this was another solicitor trying to sell me glass cleaner, I was going to have a fit. I zipped up the jacket as I flicked the light on next to the front door. I looked through the peephole, but it was pitch black. I flicked the outside light on. Still pitch black. I figured the light bulb had gone out again, as I had had problems with it before. Reluctantly, I twisted the deadbolt and opened the door. Nothing. No one was there. I poked my head out to look around. The yard and driveway were empty. Looking back, I made so many horrible mistakes. I stepped out onto the welcome mat. The streets were empty and silent, minus the hum from the streetlights. I scoffed and figured it was the kids just trying to play a prank. I turned and walked back inside. After relocking the door and heading back for the stairs, I started to have a feeling. Something just didn't feel right in my stomach, and I knew that only one thing was going to put it at ease. Food. I walked down the hallway into the kitchen and flicked on the light. Opening up the fridge, I started to scan the shelves for something quick and easy to eat. I settled on one of those wafer peanut butter and chocolate bars that you can get at the dollar stores. I keep them in the fridge so they don't melt in my hand when I'm eating them. I peeled back the plastic wrapper, and as I was taking my first bite, I noticed something odd out of the corner of my eye. The window above the kitchen sink was open. I'd never opened that window for the entire time I'd lived here. I thought back, trying to remember when it could have happened, and then I recalled her saying that she was feeling really hot while she was doing the dishes. She must have opened it to try and cool off. I walked over and slid it shut and finally made my way back upstairs. I walked back into the bedroom, and the water was still running. I went to the entrance to the bathroom. "Did you say something early?" I began to stay but stopped. The bathroom was empty. Water continued to pour out of the faucet, steam floating up, clinging to the mirror. I stopped the water and turned around to scan the room. She wasn't there. "Amanda?" I called out. No answer. I went to the walk-in closet. Nothing. I started to leave the room, but again something catches my eye. I glanced at my nightstand, and on top of my book was a piece of paper. It was folded in half and set up, making it look like a little tent. I reached out and picked it up. The first thing I obviously saw was the blood. It was a bloody fingerprint on the corner of the paper. My heart started to race. Finally, my brain let my eyes pan over to read what it said, and even now, I wish it wouldn't have. "She's in the house. Find her." I read it, those 6 words, over and over. I looked around the room again, hoping to see Amanda just hiding in the corner, snickering like she'd pulled off an amazing prank. But the room was empty. I walked around the room, looking behind chairs, inside the shower, inside the closet. I looked at the bed and felt like a 6-year-old again as I slowly knelt down to look underneath. My hands had apparently been getting sweaty because they kept slipping slightly against the hardwood floor. I bent down and lifted the skirt of the bed. Nothing. Just a couple dust bunnies and an old pair of shoes that I keep meaning to throw out. I stood back up and started to become agitated. My mind didn't know whether this was a joke or if I needed to be terrified. "Amanda!" I yelled. "This isn't funny anymore. Now just come out." Silence. "Look, I'm really freaked out, so stop this." I walked out into the upstairs hallway and quickly went through all the rooms. The spare bedroom, empty. The exercise room, empty. Other upstairs bathroom, empty. I ran downstairs and looked everywhere there too. It was as if she just vanished, and all that was left was this note. I figured that the only thing left to do was to call the police. I ran back upstairs and into the bedroom. The bathroom faucet must have had a leak, because as I entered, I started hearing faint drips of water. I went to the dresser to grab my phone, but it wasn't there. Neither were my keys or wallet. I spun and looked at my nightstand. They weren't there. I grabbed my jeans I wore that day, I was in sweats by now, and checked the pockets. Empty. I threw the jeans on the floor in anger. I stood there for a moment without a clue of what I should do. Drip, drip, drip. I stormed into the bathroom and twisted the knob. Drip, drip. I hit the faucet getting pissed, but then I froze. There was no water in the sink, and the drips sounded further away. I slowly walked back out into the bedroom. Drip, drip. I moved around, trying to determine where it was coming from. As I moved closer to the bed, it got louder. Once again, I slowly dropped to my knees and bent over next to the bed. My hands slowly reached for the bed skirt and lifted it up. For every drip, my heart pounded 50 times. I sank my head down and looked under the bed. And then I saw it, a small pool or red about a foot in front of me, with more dripping down from above. I jumped to my feet and pulled the sheets off the bed. I slid my hands in between the mattress and the box spring, and after a moment of hesitation, I flung the mattress up with everything I had. My throat closed instantly. I couldn't comprehend what was in front of me. My mind would only let me process the image one fraction at a time. At first, I just saw my box spring, sitting inside my bed frame. Then, I saw that there was a huge tear down the middle of the box spring. And then I saw Amanda, inside the box spring, her beautiful face poking out from the tear. Then there was her neck, which was nothing but red. The final thing that my mind let me see appeared. It was right in the center, laying on her stomach. Another note. I couldn't move. Tears were streaming down my face uncontrollably, but I didn't make a sound. My hands began to violently shake and my knees collapsed onto the edge of the box spring. I reached out and pulled Amanda's body up. My girl, my life, my everything. I wrapped my arms around her and started to scream. The note slid off her, hitting the box spring. My hand slowly moved down towards the note, now barely even able to bend my fingers. I somehow managed to grasp the note and bring it up to my eyes. My vision was completely blurred from the tears. I wiped them against my jacket sleeve and looked at the note. Again, there was a bloody fingerprint, but at this point it could have been mine. Everything is hazy from those moments, but the words are forever burned into my memory. They are the reason I am sitting here now, the reason I ran out of my house screaming for help. But where am I? Autopilot. Have you ever forgotten your phone? When did you realize you'd forgotten it? I'm guessing you didn't just smack your forehead and exclaim, "Damn," apropos of nothing. The realization probably didn't dawn on you spontaneously. More likely, you reached for your phone, pawing open your pocket or handbag, and were momentarily confused by it not being there. Then you did a mental restep of the morning's events. Shit. In my case, my phone's alarm woke me up as normal, but I realized the battery was lower than I expected. It was a new phone, and it had this annoying habit of leaving applications running that drain the battery overnight. So, I put it on to charge while I showered instead of into my bag like normal. It was a momentary slip from the routine, but that was all it took. Once in the shower, my brain got back into the routine. It follows every morning, and that was it. Forgotten. This wasn't just me being clumsy. As I later researched, this is a recognized brain function. Your brain doesn't just work on one level, it works on many. Like when you're walking somewhere, you think about your destination and avoiding hazards, but you don't need to think about keeping your legs moving properly. If you did, the entire world would turn into one massive, hilarious QWOP cosplay. I wasn't thinking about regulating my breathing. I was thinking whether I should grab a coffee on the drive to work. I did. I wasn't thinking about moving my breakfast through my intestines. I was wondering whether I'd finish on time to pick up my daughter Emily from nursery after work, or get stuck with another late fee. This is the thing. There's a level of your brain that just deals with routine, so that the rest of the brain can think about other things. Think about it. Think about your last commute. What do you actually remember? Little, if anything, probably. Most common journeys blur into one, and recalling anyone in particular is scientifically proven to be difficult. Do something often enough, and it becomes routine. Keep doing it, and it stops being processed by the thinking bit of the brain and gets relegated to a part of the brain dedicated to dealing with routine. Your brain keeps doing it without you thinking about it. Soon you think about your route to work as much as you do keeping your legs moving when you walk. As in, not at all. Most people call it autopilot, but there's danger there. If you have a break in your routine, your ability to remember and account for the break is only as good as your ability to stop your brain going into routine mode. My ability to remember my phone being on the counter is only as reliable as my ability to stop my brain entering morning routine mode, which would dictate that my phone is actually in my bag. But I didn't stop my brain entering routine mode. I got in the shower as normal. Routine started, exception forgotten, autopilot engaged. My brain was back in the routine. I showered, I shaved. The radio forecast amazing weather. I gave Emily her breakfast and loaded her into the car. She was so adorable that morning. She complained about the bad sun in the morning blinding her, saying it stopped her having a little sleep on the way to nursery, and left. That was the routine. It didn't matter that my phone was on the counter charging silently. My brain was in the routine, and in the routine my phone was in my bag. This is why I forgot my phone. Not clumsiness, not negligence, nothing more, my brain entering routine mode and overriding the exception. Autopilot engaged. I left for work. It's a swelteringly hot day already. The bad sun had been burning since before my traitorously absent phone woke me. The steering wheel was burning hot to the touch when I sat down. I think I heard Emily shift over behind my driver's seat to get out of the glare. But I got to work, submitted the report, attended the morning meeting. It's not until I took a quick coffee break and reached for my phone that the illusion shattered. I did a mental re-step. I remembered the dying battery. I remembered putting it on to charge. I remembered leaving it there. My phone was on the counter. Autopilot disengaged. Again, therein lies the danger. Until you have that moment, the moment you reach for your phone and shatter the illusion, that part of the brain is still in routine mode. It has no reason to question the facts of the routine. That's why it's a routine. Attrition of repetition. It's not as if anyone could say, "Why didn't you remember your phone? Didn't it occur to you? How could you forget?" You must be negligent. This is to miss the point. My brain was telling me the routine was completed as normal, despite the fact that it wasn't. It wasn't that I forgot my phone. According to my brain, according to the routine, my phone was in my bag. Why would I think to question it? Why would I check? Why would I suddenly remember out of nowhere that my phone was on the counter? My brain was wired into the routine, and the routine was that my phone was in my bag. The day continued to bake. The morning haze gave way to the relentless fever heat of the afternoon. Tarmac bubbled. The direct beams of heat threatened to crack the pavement. People swapped coffees for iced smoothies. Jackets discarded, sleeves rolled up, ties loosened, brows mopped. The park slowly filled with sunbathers and BBQs. Window frames threatened to warp. The thermometer continued to swell. Thank the offices were air-conditioned. But as ever, the furnace of the day gave way to a cooler evening. Another day, another dollar. Still cursing myself for forgetting my phone, I drove home. The day's heat had baked the inside of the car, releasing a horrible smell from somewhere. When I arrived on the driveway, the stones crunching comfortingly under my tires, my wife greeted me at the door. "Where's Emily?" As if the phone wasn't bad enough. After everything, I'd left Emily at the nursery after all. I immediately sped back to the nursery. I got to the door and started practicing my excuses, wondering vainly if I could charm my way out of a late fee. I saw a piece of paper stuck to the door. "Due to vandalism overnight, please use side door. Today only." Overnight? What? The door was fine this morning. I froze. My knees shook. Vandals. A change in the routine. My phone was on the counter. I hadn't been here this morning. My phone was on the counter. I'd driven past because I was drinking my coffee. I'd not dropped off Emily. My phone was on the counter. She'd moved her seat. I hadn't seen her in the mirror. My phone was on the counter. She'd fallen asleep out of the bad sun. She didn't speak when I drove past her nursery. My phone was on the counter. She'd changed the routine. My phone was on the counter. She'd changed the routine and I'd forgotten to drop her off. My phone was on the counter. 9 hours. That car, that baking sun, no air, no water, no power, no help. That heat, a steering wheel too hot to touch. That smell. I walked to the car door, number shock. I opened the door. My phone was on the counter and my daughter was dead. Autopilot disengaged. The morning ritual. I should start by saying that I never believed in the supernatural. Growing up in a family of scientists, my father a physicist and my mother a neurologist, I was taught to seek rational explanations for everything. That's probably why it took me so long to accept what was happening to David. By the time I finally understood, it was almost too late. My husband David and I met at a coffee shop 8 years ago. He was the kind of person who found comfort in order and routine, while I embraced chaos and spontaneity. Maybe that's what drew us together, the classic opposites attract scenario. He balanced my impulsiveness with his stability, and I helped him loosen up, at least a little. From the day we moved in together, David maintained the same morning routine with almost military precision. Every morning, without fail, he would wake up at 5 a.m., make coffee, read the news on his tablet, and leave for work by 6:30. I used to tease him about it, calling him my clockwork man. If I had known how prophetic that nickname would become, I might have paid more attention to the warning signs. The first incident happened 3 months ago. I had an important presentation at work that morning, so I set my alarm for 5 a.m., thinking I'd join David for his morning coffee and get an early start on preparation. When I walked into our kitchen, something felt wrong. The air was different somehow, heavier, like the atmosphere before a storm. David was standing in front of our coffee maker, completely motionless. Not the normal kind of still where you can see subtle movements, breathing, shifting weight, tiny muscle adjustments. This was different. He was frozen, like a photograph, staring at the wall with an intensity that made my skin crawl. "David!" I called out, my voice sounding too loud in the pre-dawn silence. He didn't respond, didn't blink, didn't breathe. "David, honey?" I tried again, moving closer. The kitchen tiles were ice cold against my bare feet, each step echoing unnaturally in the quiet room. When I touched his shoulder, he came to life so suddenly that I jumped back. He turned to face me with his usual warm smile, but something was wrong with it. The smile didn't reach his eyes, and his movements were too precise, too calculated, like someone had programmed them into a robot. "Good morning, sweetheart," he said, his voice cheerful but somehow hollow. "Would you like some coffee?" I wanted to ask him about what had just happened, but the words stuck in my throat. Instead, I nodded and watched as he went through the motions of preparing our coffee. Every movement was exact, practiced, perfect. Too perfect. Over the next few weeks, I started paying more attention to his morning routine. What I noticed terrified me. Every morning, he took exactly 3 steps from our bed to the dresser, 4 steps to the bathroom. He spent precisely 27 seconds brushing his teeth. I timed it. 2 minutes and 15 seconds in the shower, never a second more or less. The coffee preparation was even more disturbing. He would open the cabinet, take out the coffee beans, Colombian, always Colombian, and measure exactly 6 tablespoons into the grinder. The grinder ran for exactly 12 seconds. He would pour the water to the exact same level every time. I once measured it, 875 milliliters, never varying by more than a few drops. If anything disrupted his pattern, a misplaced item, an empty container, he would freeze in place until the obstacle was removed. One morning, our cat knocked over his coffee mug just as he was reaching for it. His hand remained suspended in midair, grasping at nothing, while his eyes stared straight ahead. I quickly righted the mug, and he continued as if nothing had happened. I started experimenting, making small changes to see how he would react. I moved his coffee mug to a different cabinet. He opened the usual cabinet, and when the mug wasn't there, his hand just kept opening and closing on empty air. For 7 excruciating minutes, I watched him repeat this motion, like a skipping record. When I finally put the mug back, he continued his routine without missing a beat. The really frightening part was that he seemed completely unaware of these episodes. When I tried to talk to him about them later in the day, he would look at me with genuine confusion. "What do you mean I froze?" he would ask. "I just made coffee like I always do." But things were escalating. I started waking up in the middle of the night to find him practicing his routine in the dark. He would stand in front of our bedroom mirror at 3 a.m., mechanically rehearsing each movement with terrifying precision. His eyes were always open, but they were empty, like looking into the eyes of a doll. I installed a small security camera in our bedroom, hoping to document these nocturnal rehearsals. What I captured was far worse than I expected. In the footage, David would get up at exactly 3 a.m. every night. He would walk to the mirror, 3 steps, always 3 steps, and stand before it. Sometimes he would practice his movements, but other times he would just stand there, staring at his reflection for hours without moving. One night, I heard him talking to his reflection. I lay perfectly still, barely breathing, as his words drifted across the darkness. "They'll notice if I make a mistake." A pause. "No, I can't fail. The routine must be perfect." Another pause. "I know what happens if I fail." His reflection answered in his voice, but the words came from the mirror while his lips remained still. "Show me again. From the beginning." The next day I tried to confront him directly. We were having dinner when I brought it up. "David, I'm worried about you," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "You've been acting different." He turned to me with that empty smile, tilting his head at precisely 45 degrees. "Different?" he asked, his fork suspended halfway to his mouth. "I'm the same as I've always been. I follow my routine. The routine is important." The way he said those last words sent chills down my spine. It wasn't just his voice. It was the way his entire face seemed to shift for a moment, like a mask slipping to reveal something else underneath. "But why?" I pressed. "Why is the routine so important?" His fork clattered to the plate. For a moment, his face went completely blank, not even a hint of expression. Then he smiled again, wider this time, too wide. "Because it's the only thing keeping me here." "What do you mean, here?" He leaned forward, his movements jerky and unnatural. "On this side of the mirror." I excused myself and went to bed early that night, but I didn't sleep. I lay awake watching as David went through his evening routine, exactly 23 minutes in the bathroom, precisely 2 chapters of his book, lights out at 10 p.m. sharp. At 3 a.m., right on schedule, he got up. But instead of going to the mirror, he stood at the foot of our bed, staring down at me. I kept my eyes nearly closed, trying to control my breathing. After what felt like hours, he spoke. "I have to be perfect. They're always watching." His reflection answered from the mirror. Again, from the beginning. "Yes," David agreed. "Always from the beginning." The next morning, I told him I needed to visit my sister for a few days. He was in the middle of his coffee routine when I told him, measuring the beans, 12 seconds of grinding. He stopped mid-pour, the coffee beans frozen in mid-air. "That's not part of the routine," he said, his voice flat. "I know, honey, but sometimes we need to break routine," I said, trying to sound casual despite my racing heart. He slowly turned to face me, coffee beans still suspended above the grinder. "I can't break the routine. Breaking routine lets them take me back." "Take you back where, David?" His smile stretched impossibly wide. "To the other side." I packed a bag while he was at work, taking only what I absolutely needed. As I was about to leave, I noticed something strange about our bedroom mirror. The reflection seemed delayed, as if it was moving a fraction of a second after I did. I drove straight to my sister's house, 3 states away. But even that distance doesn't feel safe enough, because every morning, at exactly 5 a.m., my phone receives a text message. "Watch me perform my routine." And every morning there's a picture attached, a different angle of our empty bedroom, with the bed made to perfection, exactly the way David likes it. In each photo, if I look carefully at the mirror, I can see multiple reflections of David, all slightly out of sync, all practicing their routines. I've tried calling him, but his voicemail message has changed. Now it's just the sound of someone going through precise movements accompanied by mechanical counting. 1, 2, 3 steps to the dresser. 1, 2, 3, 4 steps to the bathroom. I called the police to do a welfare check. They reported back that they found the house empty, but everything was arranged with perfect precision. Too perfect, they said. And the mirrors. They mentioned that all the mirrors in the house had been covered with sheets. I've been at my sister's for a week now. Last night I received a final text from David's number. "I failed the routine. They're taking me back. Don't look in the mirrors." I called the police again. This time when they checked the house, they found all the mirrors shattered, and David was gone. The only trace of him was a single sheet of paper on our bed, covered in the same sentence written thousands of times in perfectly identical handwriting. "The routine must be perfect. The routine must be perfect. The routine must be perfect." I don't know what happened to my husband. I don't know what lives on the other side of the mirrors, or what they wanted from him. But sometimes, late at night, I catch glimpses of movement in reflective surfaces. Precise mechanical movements, performed with terrifying perfection. And sometimes just before dawn I hear his voice, distant and hollow, counting out the steps of his eternal routine. The new house. I should have known something was wrong the moment I first stepped into that basement. The air felt different down there, heavy, almost viscous, as if it was reluctant to let you move through it. But like a fool drunk on the prospect of finally owning my dream home, I ignored that first warning sign. We all did. The realtor had been suspiciously eager to close the deal, practically shoving the papers into our hands the moment we expressed interest. 4 bedrooms, 3 baths, a sprawling backyard with mature oak trees, and all at a price that seemed too good to be true in this market. My wife Sarah kept saying exactly that. "It's too good to be true, Jack." But I convinced her we'd just gotten lucky. Some people win the lottery. We'd found our perfect home. Our daughter Emma fell in love with it immediately. At 7 years old, she had an uncanny ability to find hidden spaces that adults overlooked, declaring them her special places. The window seat in the library, the hollow beneath the stairs, the old treehouse in the backyard. She claimed them all within hours of our first viewing. But it was the basement she loved most, despite its musty smell and the way the temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees the moment you descended those creaking wooden stairs. "The other kids want to play with me," she told us on our second night in the house, her voice carrying that dreamlike quality children sometimes get when they're half asleep. Sarah and I exchanged worried glances over her head. We'd moved here specifically because the neighborhood had so few children, hoping the quiet would help with Emma's night terrors. "What other kids, sweetie?" Sarah asked, tucking Emma's favorite stuffed rabbit closer to her chest. "The ones behind the door," Emma replied matter-of-factly, already drifting off to sleep. "They're always laughing." I blamed it on an overactive imagination, the stress of moving, the unfamiliarity of a new house with its strange creaks and settling sounds. But 3 days later, I heard it too. I was in the basement organizing our boxes of Christmas decorations. Sarah insisted they needed to be easily accessible even though it was only August, when the sound first reached my ears. It was faint, like wind through leaves, but unmistakable, children's laughter, high and clear and musical. I froze, my hand still gripping a tangled string of lights, and listened harder. The sound grew stronger, and with it came the sensation of being watched. The air grew colder, and the single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling seemed to dim, its light becoming sickly and wan. The laughter was coming from behind the far wall, where a stack of moving boxes partially obscured the basement's rough concrete surface. I moved the boxes aside one by one, my hands trembling despite my attempts to rationalize what I was hearing. Behind them, I found something that shouldn't have existed. A door. It was old, far older than the rest of the house, made of thick wooden planks bound with black iron bands. The wood was dark with age, and the handle, a crude iron ring, was spotted with rust. But what struck me most was that this door wasn't on any of the house plans. I'd studied them extensively during the purchase, making sure everything was up to code. This door simply didn't exist. And yet here it was, solid and real beneath my shaking fingers, with the sound of children's laughter emanating from behind it. I called Sarah immediately. She came down while Emma was watching cartoons upstairs, her face paling as she heard the laughter too. "We need to open it," she whispered, though her eyes screamed that we should run instead. "We need to know what's behind it." The door was locked, of course. The local locksmith refused to come when I described it to him, mumbling something about his grandmother being ill. The next one simply hung up. Finally, I found someone 2 towns over who agreed to make the trip, though he charged triple his normal rate. He arrived on a Friday evening, just as the sun was setting. The moment he saw the door, he crossed himself, something I'd never seen anyone do outside of movies. "This isn't right," he muttered, his tools clattering in his trembling hands. "This door isn't supposed to be here." "Can you open it?" I asked, trying to keep the desperation out of my voice. The laughter had been getting louder each night, and Emma had started sleepwalking, always heading toward the basement before we caught her. The locksmith worked for nearly an hour, his face growing paler and his hands shakier with each passing minute. The laughter seemed to mock his efforts, swelling and receding like waves on a beach. Finally, there was a click that seemed to echo through the entire house. "It's done," he said, already backing away. "But I wouldn't..." He didn't finish the sentence, just turned and fled up the stairs. I heard his truck's engine roar to life moments later. Sarah and I stood before the door, holding hands like frightened children. The laughter had stopped for the first time in days, replaced by an expectant silence that pressed against our eardrums. "Together?" Sarah whispered. I nodded, and we reached for the iron ring. The door opened with a groan that seemed to come from the earth itself, revealing a brick wall. Solid, mortared brick, not 6 inches behind the door frame. We stood there staring at it, disappointment and relief warring in my chest. Then the laughter started again, louder than ever before. It wasn't coming from behind the wall anymore. It was coming from everywhere, filling the basement with its manic chorus. And now we could hear words mixed in with the laughter. "You found us. You found us. Now you have to stay." The temperature plummeted. Our breath clouded in front of us, and frost began forming on the brick wall. As we watched in horror, handprints appeared in the frost. Tiny handprints, like those of small children. They pressed outward, as if dozens of small hands were pushing against the other side of the wall. We ran upstairs and found Emma standing in the kitchen, her eyes wide and blank. "They're coming through," she said in a voice that wasn't quite her own. "They've been waiting so long to play." That was 3 weeks ago. The laughter hasn't stopped since then. It follows us through the house, day and night, growing louder and more insistent. The handprints appear on every mirror, every window, every surface that can hold frost. At night, we hear scratching in the walls, getting closer to breaking through. Emma talks to them now. We'll find her sitting in corners, giggling at nothing, having conversations with empty air. Sometimes objects move when we're not looking. Toys arrange themselves in circles. Doors open and close on their own. And yesterday, I found all our photos turned to face the wall. The brick wall is changing too. The mortar between the bricks is crumbling, turning to dust that drifts down like gray snow. Sometimes I think I can see movement in the gaps, tiny fingers poking through, testing their prison strength. The laughter gets louder whenever I notice this, as if they know I'm watching. Sarah wants to leave, but we can't. We've tried 3 times now. Each time we pack our bags and load the car, but when we try to drive away, we find ourselves turning back toward the house, compelled by some force we can't resist. The children's laughter follows us, no matter how far we drive. Last night, I woke to find Emma standing by our bed, her small figure silhouetted against the darkness. "They're almost here, Daddy," she said, her voice mixed with others. "They just need a little more time, a little more strength." She turned to look at me. and in the faint light from the window I saw that her eyes were solid black, like holes in her face. They need us to play with them, forever. The worst part is, I'm starting to hear other sounds mixing with the laughter now. Adult voices, familiar ones. Sarah's laugh is in there sometimes, high and clear, like it used to be before all this started. And yesterday, I caught myself laughing along with them, a sound that wasn't quite human anymore. The brick wall is barely holding now. Large chunks of mortar fall away each hour, and the gaps between the bricks are wide enough to see through. Sometimes I catch glimpses of what's on the other side, a darkness deeper than any I've ever known, filled with movement and the sound of small feet pattering on cold stone. They're getting closer. The laughter is so loud now that it drowns out all other sounds. Emma spends most of her time in the basement, sitting cross-legged in front of the door, having animated conversations with whatever lurks behind that crumbling wall. Sarah's eyes are starting to look like Emma's, darker, emptier, reflecting things I can't see. And I think I'm changing too. The laughter doesn't frighten me as much anymore. Sometimes I find myself smiling when I hear it, feeling an odd warmth in my chest despite the perpetual cold. Part of me wants to help them break through, to finally meet the children we've been hearing all these weeks. This morning, I found myself standing in front of the brick wall, my fingers tracing the crumbling mortar. The gaps are almost wide enough now. Behind the wall, I can hear them moving closer, their little hands scraping against the bricks. Their laughter is sweeter now, almost seductive, promising games and joy and eternal playtime. The world beyond our house seems less and less real with each passing day. The sunlight looks wrong, too bright and harsh compared to the soft darkness of the basement. Food tastes like ash in our mouths, but we don't feel hungry anymore. Sleep comes in brief, turbulent bursts, filled with dreams of small hands reaching for us, of rooms that shouldn't exist and doors that lead to impossible places. Emma says they're teaching her new games, games that normal children couldn't play, games that change the rules of what's possible. Sometimes I see her floating a few inches above her bed, giggling as she spins slowly in the air. Sarah found her walking on the ceiling yesterday, her hair hanging down like a curtain of darkness, her black eyes shining with impossible light. The brick wall will fall soon. Maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow. The children tell me it doesn't matter. Time doesn't work the same way where they are. They've been waiting for decades, centuries perhaps, for someone to open that door and give them the strength they needed. All those previous families, all those lost children, they're all still there, playing their eternal games in the darkness beyond the wall. I should be terrified. I should be fighting this with every ounce of strength I have. But the laughter has worked its way into my soul now, replacing my fear with a strange, giddy anticipation. Part of me knows that when the wall finally falls, we'll cease to be ourselves. We'll join the chorus of laughter that echoes through this house, become part of whatever darkness lurks behind that impossible door. But another part of me, growing stronger each day, whispers that maybe that's not such a bad thing. Maybe we'll be happy there, in that eternal playground where physics and reality are just suggestions, where every game lasts forever and no one ever has to grow up. The first brick just fell from the wall. I can see small pale hands reaching through the gap, their fingers impossibly long and delicate. Emma is bouncing with excitement, her feet no longer touching the ground. Sarah's smile is too wide now, stretching past the normal limits of her face. And me? I'm sitting here writing this down, trying to warn others away from this house, from that door, from the children who wait behind it. But my handwriting is changing as I write, becoming spidery and childlike. The pen keeps giggling in my hand. They're calling us now. The gap in the wall is wide enough to see their faces, or what passes for faces in that impossible darkness. Such wonderful games they have planned for us. Such marvelous toys they want to share. If you're reading this, stay away from this house. Don't be fooled by the perfect price, the spacious rooms, the beautiful yard. Don't open doors that shouldn't exist. But if you do, if you hear children laughing behind a wall, if you feel small hands tugging at your sleeve in the darkness, well, maybe we'll play together someday. Forever and ever and ever and ever and... Working as a search and rescue officer for the U.S. Forest Service Part 2. One of the topics that I get asked about a lot, here and in real life, involve things like the rake, the Wendigo, and other related legends. I can't honestly say that I know a lot about any of them, but based on some light reading I did, I can say that I've heard stories that seem to be loosely related to them. You've heard the old adage that legends like that come from somewhere, and I'm sure that's true. But as you all know, I do try to take things with a grain of salt. You have to. Out here. It's sort of like working in a hospital, I'd imagine. You could spend all day thinking about how many people have died there and how there are probably ghosts, or whatever you want to call them, all over the place, but it doesn't do you any good. It just makes it harder to do your job. I think a lot of us feel that way. And that's why we try to just go about our work like everything is fine. Once you get paranoid, there's not really any going back, and a lot of cadets quit because of it. My park especially seems to have a high turnover rate because the cadets graduate and get so freaked out about everything and they can't seem to let it go. You have to learn to internalize things and shut off. I've talked to KD a bit about her experience because I wanted to know what she thought about the Wendigo. She didn't really have anything in particular to say about it, aside from that she didn't want to think about it that much. But she told me a friend of hers had had something similar happen. I contacted this person, H, over Skype, and they agreed to talk to me a bit. They're aware of my work here, and they're fine with me posting the story exactly as they wrote it. I grew up in Central Oregon, and there's a reservation called Warm Springs, about 2 or so hours from where I lived. I only mention that because a lot of people in my area have friends there, and a lot of the land in that area belongs to that tribe. When I was a kid, we used to go camping up there. Not on the res, of course, but in that area. And I met a lot of kids who grew up there. I got to know one kid really well. His name was Nolan, and we ended up hanging out a lot when our families were in the area. Our folks got to know each other, so we'd all get in touch and camp out around the same time. We'd camp for about 2 weeks, so we were out there for a long time. I asked him if he camped in an RV. Yeah, my dad had one, so I guess it wasn't really camping, but we'd take our tents and stuff and set them up out away from camp most nights. I didn't like sleeping in there because I like being outside. We talked for a bit about camping. So anyway, sorry, one year Nolan and I were out there. I think we must have been like 12 or so. We wanted to go out and camp near the river because we wanted to try night fishing. I think we must have been about 1/3 of a mile from the main camp, far enough away that we couldn't hear or see anyone else. I remember that. We were messing around most of the day. I don't really remember much about it, but we ended up building a fire at some point, and I was really impressed because he had this flint or something that he used to start it. I'd never seen anyone do that before, so I thought it was pretty cool. I got him to teach me how to do it, and we lit some stuff on fire, which looking back was really stupid because it was the middle of fucking summer. And if I remember right, the fire warning was either at yellow or orange. But thankfully we didn't start anything major. And when it got dark, we sat around and talked about whatever it is 12-year-olds talk about. I don't really remember. What I do remember is that at some point, he looked over my shoulder at the river and asked me if I could see something. The way our camp was set up, we were about 10 feet from the river, and we were at the widest point, so it was probably about 20 feet to the other bank. It gets hot up there in the summer, but the water's still cold, which is important. I look over my shoulder and I could see something wading into the river on the other side. From where we were, it looked like a deer, but we couldn't really tell because of the fire. I got up to look closer and I saw a pair of antlers, so I figured it was a buck. But I thought it was weird that it was wading into the water and it was definitely heading for us. And I asked Nolan what he thought we should do. He's looking at the fire with this weird expression, and he tells me to sit down and shut up. So I do, because I'd never seen him act that way before. He's whispering at me to ignore it and to just keep talking like we were. But I couldn't think of anything to say. He was saying something about an episode of some show, but I could hear the deer coming through the water, so I wasn't really paying any attention, and I kept trying to see over his shoulder, but every time I did, he'd sort of hit me on the arm and make me look at him. I wasn't really scared, I remember. I was just sort of confused. But then I hear the deer come out of the water, and I could kind of make out what it looked like. And I realized it wasn't a deer, because whatever it was walking on two legs. I started to get up. I was super freaked out, but Nolan just yanked me back down and talked louder about this television show, and I could tell he was just as scared as I was, probably even more. He leaned in and poked the fire with a stick, and he whispered that whatever I do, I can't speak to it. I could see it come closer, and it stood right behind Nolan's back. I was about ready to pee my pants, and I think I'd probably have run if I'd been alone, but I didn't want to leave Nolan, so I kept sitting really still and sneaking glances at it. It wasn't that tall, but the way it carried itself was just wrong, like its center of balance was screwed up. I can't really describe it, but it was kind of like it kept shifting too far forward. It just stood there behind Nolan for a long time. And eventually Nolan ran out of things to say, and we just kind of sat there for a second. The fire was making noise, but I thought I could hear this thing talking in a really low voice. I couldn't hear what it was saying, and I leaned forward a tiny little bit, and I actually did pee my pants when it leaned forward too. I couldn't see its face, but I saw its eyes. They were cloudy and milky. And if you want to know what they looked like, find that scene from Lord of the Rings where Frodo falls in that lake and all the dead people are floating toward him. That's what its eyes looked like. So all I saw were these two white eyes floating above Nolan's head and the really vague shape of the antlers coming out of its head. I don't know what my face looked like, but at exactly the same time, Nolan and I fucking booked it out of there, and we ran non-stop until we got back to the main camp. My pants were soaked with pee, so I took them off as we were running and threw them in the bushes. We both stopped once we were in front of my dad's RV, and we couldn't see anything chasing us, so we stood there and caught our breath. I asked him what that thing was, but he said he didn't know. He said his grandpa had only warned him that if anything ever came up to him when he was out in the desert, he was never, ever supposed to talk to it or listen to anything it had to say. I wanted to know if he'd heard it talking too, and he said that the only thing he'd been able to understand was help you. I think we ended up sleeping in the RV with my parents, and the next night we went back out and didn't see anything. That does remind me, in a lot of ways, of the Wendigo legend. There's a phrase used to describe it that I think fits perfectly, which is that the Wendigo is the spirit of the lonely places. I know sometimes when I'm out in the wilds, where I know there's no one around me for miles and miles, I get this weird kind of craving that I can't really explain. I don't know if it happens to anyone else, but it's this desire to consume. It's not like I crave anything in particular, but more of this weird, distracting hunger that comes from every part of my gut. I also wanted to find out more about the faceless man if I was able, and found a few similar things. I asked around my circle of friends, and one of them said when he was out doing repairs at a park in his area, he saw something kind of like that. We were having dinner in town, 5 of us, including myself. This guy, he was repainting an information booth, and heard a man ask him for directions to the nearest campsite. He didn't turn around because he was up on a ladder, but he informed the man that there weren't any campsites nearby, but that if he headed down the road about 4 miles, he'd find one at another park. He asked if he could be of any other help, but the man said no and thanked him. My friend said he kept painting, but he was listening and never heard the man leave. The second he came up and talked to me, the hairs on my neck stood up, but I wasn't sure why. I just had this really uneasy feeling about the whole thing, and I wanted to finish painting and get out of there. I figured maybe part of it was that I couldn't turn around to look at him, but something just felt off. There was also this weird smell floating around even before the guy talked to me, kind of like old period blood. I had looked around to see what was causing it, but I didn't find anything. So I waited for the guy to walk away, but I didn't hear him leave, which made me think he was just standing there and watching me. So I asked again if I could do anything for him, and he didn't answer. I knew he was there though because I hadn't heard him leave, so I did this awkward turn on the ladder to look down and see what he was doing. Now I admit it could have just been my brain fucking up, but I swear to you, Russ, for a split second when I turned around, that fucker didn't have a face. Like he had no face. It was almost concave and totally smooth, and I just about had a fucking heart attack because I couldn't even wrap my brain around what I was seeing. I think I started to say something, but there was this kind of pop inside my head, and suddenly he was just a normal-looking guy. I must have looked weird because he asked me if I was okay, and I was just like, yeah, I'm fine. He asks about the campsite again, and I point to where he has to go, and he's like, I'm not from around here, can you help me get there? Now this is when I know something is really up, because there's no way this guy got out here and didn't know where he was. And for that matter, there's no car around, so how'd he get here in the first place? I said I was sorry, but that I couldn't take him anywhere in a company vehicle. And he's like, please, I really don't know where I am. Can you come with me and help me get there? So now I'm seriously weirded out, and I start wondering if this is some kind of ambush or whatever. I told him I could call him a taxi to come out and take him where he wants to go, and I pull out my phone, and he just goes, no, and walks away really quickly. But he doesn't walk out of the park, he walks back into the fucking trees, and I got right in my fucking truck and start to get out of there, fuck the paint or whatever. I looked in my mirror to see where he was as I was leaving, and he was standing right at the tree line. Again, I don't know how he got there so fast, but this time I know that fucker didn't have a face. He was just watching me leave, and right before I turned the corner, he took a big step back into the trees and kind of dissolved, I guess. Maybe it was just dark so he blended in, but it felt more like he just melted away. Interestingly, right after this guy finished his story, someone else piped up with another one, but with a slightly different twist. You know, actually, I had something sort of weird like that happen a while back. I was out doing some trail scouting, and I was out in the middle of nowhere figuring out where we were going to have this trail run through. I hadn't seen anyone else for probably a good 2 hours, so I wasn't really paying attention to where I was going. I was just looking at the ground for the most part. Then out of nowhere, I crested this little hill and almost ran into this guy. He was older, probably in his 60s, and I started to apologize to him for running into him. And then I noticed his face, and I probably looked like a complete douchebag because I stopped and just stared at him. It took me a second to figure out what was wrong, but this guy's face was huge. I know that sounds weird, but that's the only way I can describe it. His head wasn't big or anything, it was normal, but the amount of space his face took up was just way too much. Like if you took someone's face and enlarged it all by about 2 times. He doesn't say anything, he just kind of looks at me. And I backed up and was kind of stuttering and saying I was sorry, and I went around him and fucking got out of there and did what I needed to do. The whole time, I kept looking behind me because I was so freaked out that he'd pop up behind me or something. I know it sounds ridiculous, but I swear to you, it was one of the creepiest things I've ever seen. I switched the topic to the stairs a little later, and there was a definite shift in enthusiasm. No one spoke up at first. There is a real stigma around discussing them, even when we're away from work. But I broke the ice with a story of my own, and the guy who told the story about the faceless man told this one, albeit very quietly. A couple years ago, I was camping with my girlfriend and we're out about 2 miles from the road at this site I know. We went to bed that night, but we couldn't sleep because someone interjected a funny comment and we were dangerously close to going off on another subject, but I got us back on track. Yeah, really funny, you fucker. No, it was because we kept hearing that grinding noise. My brother used to grind his teeth in his sleep, and it kind of reminds me of that. My girlfriend was freaking out, but I just kept telling her to ignore it because I've heard it before, and you just have to ignore it. It goes away eventually. You guys know what I mean. We all knew what he meant. So eventually I got her to go to sleep, but I woke up probably 2 hours later because something was just off. I rolled over and she wasn't there, and I kind of freaked out because he thought for a second and then he took a very long drink. Anyway, I ran out of the tent calling her name, but I didn't have to go far. She was standing at the edge of the camp looking at something in the trees, and I could see she was really pale. The fire was low but bright enough to see her. Anyway, so I ran up to see what was going on and she was dead asleep, but her eyes were open. She had this real spaced out look, you know. So I put my arm around her to lead her back, but she wouldn't move. She just said really quietly something like, "I have to go now, Eddie. I have to go. It's here." I was like, "You're just sleepwalking. Come back to bed." But she wouldn't budge. She just kept standing there and saying that she had to go. And I looked where she was looking, and there was a fucking staircase right there, about 15 yards away. Gray one, concrete. And she started to walk toward it, but I yanked her back and that woke her up. She looked at me like I was fucking out of my mind, and she asked what the fuck she was doing out of the tent. I didn't tell her anything. I just told her she was sleepwalking. The grinding was gone, so she just went back to the tent with me and fell asleep again. I don't know. I don't like thinking about it, you know? We all knew. You guys remember that kid with, I can't remember what it was, some kind of brain fuck up, not Downs but something like it? Someone else brought up. Well, I got to read the report he gave when they found him a week after he went missing, and it was fucked up beyond belief. I mean, you have to take it with a grain of salt because who knows what that kid actually thinks is real. But some of this stuff, I don't think he could have made up. Like what? Well, first of all, he talked about the stairs. He said he'd been watching his dad build a fire, and the stairs came up to him, and he had to go up them or something bad would happen. The cops couldn't really understand what he was talking about after that, because he just kept saying, like the campfire, over and over. And he kept mentioning sounds, but he couldn't say what sounds, just that it was loud, and he covered his ears so he couldn't hear them. But the thing I remember most is that they asked him where exactly he'd gone, and he just said he was right there. He kept pointing at himself, and they said they thought that meant that he thought he'd never left. He said he wasn't scared because the stairs were there, and he said they talked to him, but not like people talk. Like I said, it was really convoluted and hard to understand, and I have a feeling the cops didn't take most of it down. They ended up just saying that the kid had some kind of amnesia or fugue, and that they didn't think foul play was involved. Doesn't really explain why he came back a week later perfectly fine without a speck of dirt on him and well fed. But hey, what the cops say goes. Things have deteriorated here to a degree that I didn't foresee. I didn't know how much writing about the things that are happening out here would affect every single part of my life, and maybe that was stupid of me. Maybe I should have considered it more seriously. But honestly, I just thought I was writing about things that a few people would want to hear. I didn't think it would get this much attention. People ask me about the stairs now. It doesn't happen every day, but when it does happen, I never really know what to say. My bosses know someone is talking about them, and I'm sure that if they know, the higher-ups know. And I can tell you that they aren't happy about it. I've been formally told that I am not to speak a word about them to anyone anymore, which is part of the reason this has to be my final update. I can't risk my job for this. As much as it's been wonderful to get a lot of these things off my mind, I still do love my work, and I need to be out here. If anything, my being aware of what's really going on is enough reason to stick it out. I may not be able to tell people that they're out there, but if I see them, I can direct traffic away to somewhere safer. The terrorizing of our substitute teacher, Mr. Mahoney. What an odd guy, I remember thinking as Mr. Mahoney shuffled into my 6th grade classroom for the first time. Crumply brown suit, crooked tie, flush face, right hand nervously shaking at his waist, and somehow he already had chalk in his hair. He stuttered out his first words to the class, and he hadn't even finished his introductory sentence before I knew he was a goner. I'd never seen a grown man look so squirrely. The principal should have adequately warned him. We were a bunch of sharks, and we smelled blood in the water. The pranks and jokes started small. Mr. Mahoney was asking for it, in a way. He was so unprepared, so utterly clueless. It was impossible not to mess with him. One activity required Mr. Mahoney to draw a clock on the chalkboard. The class counted along together as he drew the numbers on the circular clock face. 1, 2, 3, 4, louder and louder as the numbers progressed. And when we got to 12, we kept going. 13! Everyone shouted in unison. Mr. Mahoney drew 13 o'clock in white chalk. The class erupted in laughter, and Mr. Mahoney turned red in embarrassment. He sheepishly erased the 13, stuttered something incomprehensible, and his trembling hand dropped the eraser. It made a eraser-shaped chalk smudge on his pants. We laughed harder. Mr. Mahoney picked up the eraser, and he banged at his pants with his hand to remove the smudge. The problem was, he was still holding the eraser. His entire brown pant leg turned ghost white. Kids laughed so hard they fell from their chairs. That was the moment I pitied Mr. Mahoney for the first time. Only I couldn't stop laughing with the others. My 2 friends, Carson Starkey and Dylan Newcomb, everyone called him Nuke, were the worst offenders. They were fans of the classics at first. Tacks on Mr. Mahoney's chair, turning everyone's desks backwards before Mr. Mahoney came into the classroom, stuff like that. But their pranks soon progressed. On one occasion, Mr. Mahoney asked the class for the answer to 9 multiplied by 5. Nuke raised his hand and mouthed the words, 45, but said nothing. Can't hear you, Mr. Mahoney said, walking closer. Nuke mouthed the words again, looking confused. Speak, up, pa. Please, Mr. Mahoney said, moving a foot from Nuke's face. 45! Nuke shouted into Mr. Mahoney's face. Mr. Mahoney jumped back and tripped over a desk, sprawling to the floor. The classroom laughter reached a fevered pitch, and then we saw it. A tiny blob of liquid on Mr. Mahoney's pants near the crotch. The guy had pissed himself. Mr. Mahoney stumbled to his feet and ran out of the room, but not before tripping one more time. The class was in stitches, everyone but me. I wasn't laughing this time, but I didn't come to Mr. Mahoney's defense. I didn't tell anyone to shut up and leave the poor guy alone. I just let it happen. That afternoon, Nuke, Starkey, and I were called down to the principal's office. Nuke and Starkey were the dynamic duo of classroom tomfoolery, but me being friends with them, well, I guess I was guilty by association. Mr. Mahoney sat in the corner, wrinkly brown suit and tie, chalk in hair, looking down at the ground. I detected the scent of urine in the air, and so did Nuke. He exaggeratedly plugged his nose. Mr. Mahoney's hand trembled. The principal lectured us for 10 minutes. He jabbed his finger at our chests, and he demanded we stop harassing Mr. Mahoney. There would be dire consequences if we didn't. Mr. Mahoney said nothing. Nuke shot him the stink eye the entire time. "I can't believe he told on us," Nuke whispered to me as we left the principal's office. There was venom in his voice. Nuke and Starkey demanded revenge, and lots of it. They quickly devised the prank to end all pranks, the ultimate revenge on Mr. Mahoney for tattling on students. "He's such a fraidy cat," Nuke sneered. "I'll make him piss so hard he'll drown in his own pants." I unwillingly went along with the whole thing. Truthfully, I thought my part in the prank wasn't that big of a deal. I saw myself as the getaway driver in a bank robbery. I wasn't robbing the bank. I wasn't the one committing the crime. Sure, I was helping, but it wasn't that big of a deal. But looking back on it now, I was too weak to say no to my friends. I should have said no. But when Nuke and Starkey went over the plan, I merely nodded and said, "Okay." My part was easy, and Mr. Mahoney might not even know I was there. Somehow that made it okay. The prank to end all pranks occurred on a Tuesday night. Nuke called Mr. Mahoney and pretended to be Mr. Newcomb, and he demanded a teacher-parent conference at the Newcomb household. Mr. Mahoney should have known better, but he agreed to come over to the Newcomb home for a chat about Dylan's recent behavior. It was all set. Nuke's parents were gone that night. It was just me, Nuke, and Starkey. I sat in the basement next to the fuse box. Starkey sat next to me, unable to contain his giggles. I heard the doorbell ring and footsteps upstairs. The door opened, and 2 sets of footsteps walked to the family room. Nuke and Mr. Mahoney are sitting on the couch. I waited for my signal, and it came 1 minute later. A loud crash. Nuke just accidentally knocked over the lamp. I flipped the main power switch to the house. The entire home went black. More footsteps. Nuke is telling Mr. Mahoney that he'll check the fuse box. He'll be back in a second. The basement door creaked open, and footsteps echoed down the steps. Nuke is descending the basement steps. A dark figure appeared next to us. It's Nuke. "Do it, Starkey," Nuke whispered. Starkey dumped corn syrup all over the front of Nuke's shirt. Nuke stifled his laughter while Starkey slipped a rubber clown mask over his own head and picked up the silver butcher's knife. "Let's do this." Starkey huffed through the latex. Nuke stumbled upstairs first, with Starkey trailing 5 feet behind. I reluctantly followed from a short distance with a Polaroid camera, and I watched the whole thing unfold. Nuke appeared from the basement door, clutching his chest and sobbing for help. Mr. Mahoney ran over to him. "Oh, my God, Mr. Mahoney blubbered, touching the corn syrup on Nuke's shirt. The killer clown then emerged with a raised butcher's knife in his hand. Mr. Mahoney screamed and grabbed onto Nuke's shirt at the collar. It ripped off, and Mr. Mahoney fell to the floor. He backed up and trembled against the wall, still clutching the torn collar. I watched him quiver in the darkness. "Do it!" yelled Nuke. "Take his picture!" I brought up the camera to my face, but I couldn't do it. Starkey made some monster noises and inched closer to Mr. Mahoney. Our substitute teacher sobbed quietly. "Jesus Christ," said Nuke, pointing at Mr. Mahoney. "He pissed all over my floor." I looked down and saw piss emptying from the bottom of Mr. Mahoney's left pant leg. I had never felt more sorry for another human being in my whole life. It felt like we were torturing an injured puppy. "Tail the picture," Nuke insisted. I didn't do it. I just dropped the camera to the floor, and it shattered into 3 pieces. Starkey removed his mask and tossed it to Mr. Mahoney. It landed in his lap. "We're just joking around, Mr. Mahoney," Starkey said. "It's just a prank." Mr. Mahoney put one arm against the wall, braced himself, and clambered to his feet. He looked at the torn collar in one hand, the clown mask in the other, sniffled and shuffled out the front door. "He took my mask," Starkey lamented. "Let him keep the stupid thing," Nuke muttered. Mr. Mahoney wasn't at school the next day. In fact, he never came back. Nuke, Starkey, and I waited each day to be called down to the principal's office to answer for our prank, but that call never came. Our class was assigned a new substitute teacher, and life in the 6th grade marched on. 3 weeks later, a package arrived for our class. It was a stack of math homework that Mr. Mahoney had graded but had never returned to us. The sub passed back the worksheets, each meticulously marked up and graded. But Nuke's and Starkey's weren't marked up like the rest of the class. No crossouts or corrections. Mr. Mahoney had just written the same thing on each of their essays in blazingly red ink. Nice job. I'm looking forward to seeing more of you soon. I didn't get a worksheet back. I quickly thumbed through my binder and found the worksheet, uncompleted. Never was I so happy to have forgotten to do my homework. What a load of crap, Nuke snickered. He crumpled up the sheet and tossed it on the floor. Starkey did the same. I slipped my unfinished sheet back into my binder, and I wondered what Mr. Mahoney was doing at the moment. Maybe he was sitting alone, hands shaking nervously at his side and tears running down his cheeks. Or maybe he's sharpening an axe. I shuddered, but the image didn't leave my head. I put my head down on my binder and closed my eyes. "I'm sorry, Mr. Mahoney," I whispered to no one. "I'm so sorry." For years I waited for Mr. Mahoney's revenge to come. I expected him to pounce around a dark corner on the street, or I often pictured him slipping on that clown mask and appearing at the foot of my bed with that axe that he was sharpening in my daydream. His right hand trembles like usual, but then it tightens around the wooden handle. He plunges the axe deep into my chest. I probably deserved it for what we did to him. But he never came. I grew up, graduated high school and then college. I married and got a good job. Nuke and Starkey were not so lucky. Nuke tore up both of his knees in high school, and he lost his football scholarship. Cocaine was his medicine and coping mechanism. He still went to college, but dropped out after one term. Nuke moved home and dealt drugs from his parents' basement, eventually selling to an undercover cop. He resisted arrest, fled in his car with his girlfriend, and he wrapped his car around a pole. Nuke's girlfriend flew through the windshield and died on the scene. My childhood friend now sits in jail, and the doctors say he'll never walk again. Starkey graduated college and immediately got engaged. 2 months later, his wife was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. Faced with daunting medical bills, Starkey embezzled from his company and was promptly caught. Weeks later, Starkey's daughter was crushed underneath a falling entertainment unit at the family home. She lived, but she was paralyzed from the neck down. Starkey took out a massive insurance policy and threw himself off a building. I received a letter from Nuke not too long ago. He's been doing a lot of reading while in jail, books about hexes and witchcraft. He's convinced Mr. Mahoney used supernatural tactics to get his revenge upon him and Starkey. "Mahoney hexed us," Nuke wrote. "He left my house that night with a piece of my shirt and Starkey's mask. If someone has an item that belongs to you, he can use witchcraft to place a curse. That explains why you are completely fine, my life is fucked, and Starkey is dead. Just think about it." I thought about it. I thought it was bullshit. A week later, I saw Mr. Mahoney at a dive bar, miles out of town down an old country road. At least I thought it was him. He was slumped in a corner booth, half passed out, 3 sheets to the wind. He was still wearing that ratty brown suit, but he looked like he'd aged 40 years. His right hand anxiously shook on the table. I watched as the man sauntered to his feet and stumbled toward the door. It was the same stumble of an awkward, nervous substitute teacher from 20 years ago. I followed the man outside. It was a windy night. I lit up a smoke and watched curiously as the drunken man leaned against a wall and tried to light a cigarette of his own. He struggled mightily to keep his lighter ablaze in the breeze. It kept extinguishing. I approached and offered him my lighter. It lit right up. Smoke danced from the tip of the man's cigarette. We stood in silence and smoked for a few minutes. Finally, I asked, "Did you ever substitute teach in a 6th grade classroom?" The man's head froze up. His eyes looked straight ahead, never at me. He inhaled deeply from his cigarette. "Are you Mr. Mahoney?" I asked, slowly. I looked into his eyes, but the man did not look at me. He said nothing. For a moment, I doubted if it was even him. I looked away. "I just wanted to say that I'm sorry," I said. I walked 20 feet away when the man called out to me, Thanks for the light. I sat in my car in the parking lot just watching the man outside the bar. I thought about the past and the horrible things we did to Mr. Mahoney. I thought about Nuke and Starkey and how shitty their lives turned out to be. And then Nuke's letter popped into my head. If someone has an item that belongs to you, he can use witchcraft to place a curse. I patted my jean pockets. Just think about it. I patted the pocket of my sweatshirt. Mahoney hexed us. I patted my jean pockets again, and I finally felt it. I didn't feel it the first time. The lighter. Thank God. I pulled it from my pocket, studied it for a moment to make sure it was mine, and I exhaled slowly. I smiled to myself, and I shook my head. I was being stupid. There's no such things as hexes and curses. Nuke and Starkey were the victims of horrible choices and bad luck. There's no such thing as witchcraft. I examined the lighter, and I turned it in my hand. For a moment, I wished witchcraft was real. If that man outside the bar was Mr. Mahoney, he deserved the opportunity to ruin my life. I thought about walking outside and placing the lighter in his hand, but instead I smirked and pocketed it. I was being ridiculous. The man outside the bar was stumbling around. He was chasing something down the road, a tiny cigarette butt, my cigarette butt, the one I had just smoked. The wind picked it up, and the butt blew down the dark country road. The man limped after it, hand trembling at his waist. What an odd guy. The empty frame. I never should have bought that antique mirror. The elderly woman at the estate sale seemed almost desperate to get rid of it, practically pushing it into my hands while rambling about family heirlooms and traditions. I thought she was just another eccentric trying to clear out her mother's belongings. The ornate silver frame was exactly what I needed for my photography studio's vintage aesthetic, and at $20, it was a steal. If only I'd noticed how she wouldn't look directly at its surface, or how her hands trembled when she handed me the receipt. The first few weeks were unremarkable. Clients loved posing in front of the 8-foot mirror, especially for wedding photos. The way it seemed to catch and amplify light gave every reflection an ethereal quality. Several people commented that they looked younger in it, more vibrant somehow. I started to think I'd discovered some old-world craftsmanship secret that made everything more beautiful. Then came the day I noticed the delay. I was cleaning the studio after hours, wiping down the mirror's surface. when I saw my reflection pause for a fraction of a second before lowering its cleaning cloth. At first, I convinced myself it was just fatigue from a long day of shoots, but as I stood there, deliberately moving my arm up and down, the lag became impossible to ignore. My reflection was following my movements just slightly out of sync, like a video feed with bad latency. I should have gotten rid of it right then. Instead, I did what any modern person would do. I started documenting it. I set up my camera equipment to record the mirror while I moved in front of it, thinking I could maybe go viral with proof of some weird optical phenomenon. The footage never showed anything unusual. The lag only happened when I was alone with it, watching with my own eyes. That's when the smiling started. It was subtle at first. My reflection would hold its smile a beat too long after I'd stopped, lips still curved upward, while mine had already fallen neutral. Then it started smiling when I wasn't smiling at all. I'd catch glimpses of it grinning at me while I was turning away or packing up equipment. Once, I swear I saw it wink. The clients never noticed anything wrong. Their reflections behaved perfectly normally, mirroring their movements with exact precision. But sometimes, in the background of their shots, I could see my own reflection watching them with that unnaturally wide smile, even though I was behind the camera. I started covering the mirror with a sheet at night, unable to shake the feeling that something was watching me through it. But every morning, no matter how securely I'd fastened it, the sheet would be on the floor. The mirror's surface would be flawless, without a speck of dust, as if someone had just cleaned it. One evening, as I was rushing to finish a wedding album delivery, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. In every single photo that included the mirror, my reflection was standing in a slightly different position than I remembered being in while taking the shot. In some, it was turned toward the camera when I knew I'd been facing the couple. In others, it was closer to the clients than I'd ever stood. And in every single one, it was smiling that horrible, stretched smile. I started having nightmares about my reflection reaching through the glass, its fingers elongating into silver needles as it tried to pull me in. I'd wake up with scratches on my arms that looked like someone had been trying to grab me. The mirror seemed to grow larger in the dark, its frame extending like twisted branches across my studio walls. Things came to a head during a senior portrait session. The girl was posing in front of the mirror when she suddenly screamed. When I rushed over, she was shaking, pointing at the reflection. "Your eyes," she kept saying. "Your eyes were all wrong." I apologized profusely, blamed it on weird lighting, and offered her a full refund. After she left, I finally worked up the courage to really look at my reflection. For a long moment, nothing seemed amiss. Then it tilted its head at an impossible angle, and I saw what the girl had meant about the eyes. They were silver, like the mirror's frame, and they were looking at me with an intelligence that was definitely not my own. That night, I decided the mirror had to go. I called a friend to help me move it, not wanting to face it alone anymore. But when Jake arrived, he walked right past it without seeing it. When I pointed to the massive frame, he looked confused, asking if I was feeling okay. To him, there was nothing but an empty wall. I reached out to touch the mirror's surface, and for the first time, my reflection didn't mimic me. It stayed perfectly still, watching as my fingers made contact with the glass. The surface felt like ice water, and my hand sank through as if it were liquid. My reflection's smile grew impossibly wide as it reached out and grabbed my wrist. I tried to pull back, but its grip was like steel. I screamed for Jake, but he had already left the room, still unable to see anything wrong. The last thing I heard was his footsteps fading down the hallway as my reflection pulled me forward, through the mirror's surface, into a world where everything was backwards and bathed in that strange silver light. I'm writing this from the other side now. I can see out into my studio, but everything is reversed, like a photo negative. People come and go, but they can't see me frantically pounding on the glass. My reflection, the thing that took my place, runs my business perfectly. It talks to clients, takes their photos, and smiles that terrible smile that no one else seems to notice. Sometimes other trapped souls drift past me in this silver void. Their eyes are hollow, their mouths frozen in eternal screams. Some have been here so long they're barely human anymore, their forms distorted like reflections in a carnival mirror. They whisper about the others who were pulled through, generation after generation, feeding the mirror's hunger for new reflections. The elderly woman from the estate sale is here too. She's the one who told me about the mirror's origin, how it was crafted centuries ago by a silversmith who made a deal with something ancient and hungry. She warned me that the mirror needs to be fed regularly. That's why it takes new owners, why it has to keep replacing worn-out reflections with fresh ones. I watch as my imposter hangs a for sale sign in the studio window. The price listed for the mirror is $20. I want to warn potential buyers, but all I can do is press my hands against the glass and hope they notice how their reflections smile just a little too long, how their movements aren't quite in sync. Yesterday, a young photographer came to look at it. She was so excited about the vintage frame, just like I had been. I screamed until my throat was raw, but of course she couldn't hear me. As she handed over the money, I saw my replacement's smile stretch wider than any human mouth should go. Last night, I watched as it finally dropped its disguise in the darkness of the closed studio. Its silver eyes gleamed as its face split open like a blooming flower, revealing rows of mirrored teeth. It pressed its forehead against the glass and whispered, "Soon you'll fade like all the others. But don't worry, I'll find someone new to take your place." I know now why the mirror's surface is always so clean. We press ourselves against it constantly, trying to break through, trying to warn the next victim. Our desperate fingers leave no prints, our tears leave no streaks, our blood leaves no stains. We are nothing but reflections now, trapped in this silver void, watching the world through a window we can never break. The young photographer comes to collect the mirror tomorrow. As I write this, I can see my replacement preparing the studio for her arrival. It's humming quietly as it polishes the frame, and in the deepening darkness, I swear I can see other faces forming in the mirror's surface, hundreds of them, all pressed against the glass, all wearing that same horrible smile. We are all just reflections here, endlessly watching, endlessly waiting. And somewhere, in an antique shop or estate sale, another mirror from the same silversmith is waiting too, its surface pristine, its frame gleaming with an otherworldly shine. Perhaps you've seen one. Perhaps you've noticed how your reflection moves just a fraction of a second too slowly, how its smile lingers just a little too long. Whatever you do, don't look too closely. Don't let yourself be drawn in by that silver light. And if you ever see your reflection smile when you're not smiling, run. But know that it's probably already too late. After all, we all thought we could escape too. Now we're just faces in the glass, watching helplessly as the cycle continues, as the mirror feeds, as new reflections join our ranks in this endless silver void. And somewhere out there, right now, someone is admiring their reflection in a beautiful antique mirror, not yet noticing that their smile isn't quite their own anymore. Working as a search and rescue officer for the U.S. Forest Service, Part 5. KD is a vet who's been an SAR officer for about 15 years. She specializes in high-elevation mountain rescues and is widely considered one of the best in her field. She was one of the more enthusiastic storytellers, and since we were together a fair amount during exercises, she ended up telling me about 4 that really stuck with me. The first she told me in response to my asking about her most traumatic calls. She shook her head and told me that really bad calls happen more frequently on the mountain since the potential for nasty accidents is higher. About 5 years ago, one of the parks she worked at had a string of disappearances. It was a bad year, she said, one of the worst on record as far as weather went. They were getting about a foot of new snow every couple of days, and there were a few avalanches that killed some climbers. They'd warned people about staying on the mapped areas, but of course there's always those who don't listen. In one particularly nasty case, an entire family got wiped out because the father decided he knew better than the officials, and he took them out into an area that wasn't safe. They were snowshoeing, and as best KD could figure, they'd walked onto a shelf of snow that looked solid, but actually wasn't. It gave way, and this family went ass over tea kettle almost 300 feet down a slope. They landed on the rocks at the bottom, and the parents died instantly. One of the kids did as well, but the other 2 survived. One had a broken leg and fractured ribs. The other was almost unharmed, save for some bruising and a sprained ankle. The uninjured child left his sibling behind and set out to find help. KD said the kid didn't make it more than half a mile before a storm overtook him. Kid stopped to try and get warm, or maybe just to rest, and ended up freezing to death. They ended up finding the family with the help of some witnesses who saw them heading out into the wilderness, and she was the one to find the kid who'd frozen to death looking for help. She said it had started to snow just enough to obscure long-distance vision, but not enough to make searching impossible. She saw a figure sitting in the snow up ahead, and she got to it as quickly as possible. She described in detail how as she got closer, she realized first that it was a child, second that they were deceased, and third that they had frozen in one of the most pitiful positions she's ever found a corpse in. The kid was sitting upright, with his knees tucked up against his chest. His arms were curled around them, and his head was tucked up in his coat. When she moved the coat to look at his face, she saw that he died crying. His face was twisted, and the tears were frozen on his cheeks. She said it was painfully obvious that the kid was terrified when he succumbed to hypothermia, and as a mother, it broke her heart. She told me, repeatedly, that she hopes the father is burning in hell as we speak. The other traumatic story she told me that stood out, in my mind, was one that happened when she was a rookie. Her team got a report of an experienced climber who hadn't come home the previous day. His wife was convinced that something bad had happened because he'd never failed to come home on time. They went out looking for him and had to climb what sounded like some very technically challenging parts of the mountain. They got to a relatively flat area, and KD started seeing blood in the snow. She followed the trail, and as she went, she started seeing little bits of tissue. She wasn't sure exactly what body part it had come from, but the farther she followed it, the more there was. She follows this blood and tissue trail to a sheltered area under a cliff face, and she finds the climber. She said there was so much blood, more than she'd ever seen before. He was lying face down, one arm stretched in front of him, as if he'd died crawling. She looks closer and sees that he's been partially disemboweled, which is where the tissue she'd seen had come from. The guy has an ice pick tucked into a hip holster, and it's covered in blood. Of course, they'll never be sure exactly what happened, but, she said as best she can figure, this is what went down. The guy had been attempting to climb up to the next area, and had been using his ice axe to ascend. He'd probably hit a loose patch, and had fallen. On the way down, or possibly when he landed, he'd gotten impaled by the axe, and it had disemboweled him. He drug himself along, tearing pieces of himself out as he went, and had died under the cliff face. She isn't terribly bothered by gore, but I guess a few of the guys who came to help her remove the body threw up when they turned him over, and a good portion of his intestines spilled out. I mentioned to her that I was interested in hearing about any experiences she had with people completely disappearing. Her eyes light up, and she leans in close to me. "Want to hear a real doozy?" she asks. She tells me about how, when she first started, there was a case that got a lot of attention in the media. A family had been out berry picking in an area of the forest very close to the entrance of the park. They had 2 little boys, both under the age of 5, and at some point during the day, one of them vanishes. There's an absolutely massive search, and they find absolutely nothing. It's another of those cases where it's like the kid was never there in the first place. The dogs just sit down and don't pick up on anything. No trace of the kid is found. The search goes on for about 2 months, but is eventually called off. Fast forward to 6 months later. The family comes back to place flowers at a memorial that's been set up there for the kid. They bring their other son. While they're placing the flowers, they lose sight of the kid for about 3 seconds, and in that span of time, he vanishes into thin air. Now, obviously, the parents are beyond devastated. It's awful enough to lose 1 child, but to lose 2 is beyond imagining. The search is huge, one of the largest in state history. There are about 300 volunteers combing every inch of this park, looking for the kid. But again, there's no trace of him. The search goes on for about a week, with people looking miles from the part of the park he vanished from. And then, almost 2 weeks later, a volunteer almost 15 miles from the designated search area radios in that he's found the kid. They assume that the kid was dead, but the volunteer says he's not only alive, he's in good shape. KD and her team go out to recover the kid, and when they get there, she can't believe that this is the kid that's been missing. His clothes are clean, there's no dirt on him anywhere, and he doesn't appear traumatized. The volunteer says he found the kid sitting on a log, playing with a little twig bundle that's bound together with some old rope. KD asks him where he's been, who he was with for those 2 weeks, and the kid tells her that he's been with the Fuzzy Man. Now, KD firmly believes in Bigfoot, so she gets all excited and asks what he means by fuzzy. Was he hairy? But the kid says no, he wasn't hairy. He was a fuzzy man, and he describes a man that's blurry, like when you close your eyes but not all the way closed. He says the man came out of the trees and took the kid with him deep into the woods. The kid says he slept in a hollow tree and the fuzzy man gave him berries to eat. KD asks if the man was mean, if he scared the kid, and the kid says no, he wasn't scary, but I didn't like how he didn't have eyes. KD says they get that back to headquarters, and a cop takes him into town to talk to him more about what happened. She's friends with the cop that talked to him, and she said the kid described being kept in this tree by the fuzzy man and given berries whenever he was hungry. He was allowed to wander around a very specific clearing, but when he tried to go further, the fuzzy man would get mad and yell real loud, even though he didn't have a mouth. When the kid got scared at night, the fuzzy man made it go brighter and gave him the twig bundle. He said the fuzzy man was going to keep him, but he had to let him go because the kid wasn't the right kind. He either can't or won't elaborate more on that. The cops are just sort of left scratching their heads, and the search for his brother is renewed with no results. The kid has no idea where his brother might be, and they never find him. The last story that KD told me was of something that happened to her when she got separated from her training group when she was a rookie. They were learning the basics of high-elevation belaying on a well-mapped side of the mountain, and she had to use the bathroom. She went off about 50 yards from the group during a meal break and did her business. I'll tell the rest exactly as she told it to me. So I go to take a piss, and once I'm done, I start going back to the group. But I've only gotten about 5 feet when I realize that I have no idea where I am. And this wasn't a, oh, I got turned around lost. I mean, I had literally no fucking clue where I was. If you'd asked me, I don't even think I'd have been able to tell you what state we were in. It was sort of how I imagine people with amnesia feel. You know, you're completely lost, and you have no idea what to do. So I stood there for a while, just trying to figure out where the fuck I was and what I was supposed to do. But the longer I stand there, the more confused and turned around I get. So I started walking. As I recall, I just picked a random direction and went for it. And as I'm walking, it's just getting worse and worse to the point where I have no concept of why I'm on the mountain in the first place. I'm just trudging through the snow, and then I start hearing this voice. It's kind of inside my head, almost like if a frog could talk, all low and croaky. And it's telling me over and over, it's okay, you just need to find something to eat. Find something to eat and you'll be okay. Just keep walking and find something to eat. Eat. So I start looking around for anything that I can eat, and I swear to God I've never felt that hungry in my whole life. It was bottomless, and I think I'd have eaten just about anything you put in front of me right then. I had no concept of time, so I had no idea how long I'd been out when I hear an actual voice coming toward me. I go toward it and see one of the other SARs, and he looks fucking terrified. He's running toward me, asking if I'm okay and what the hell I'm doing out here. And the scary thing was, as he's running toward me, I kind of see myself reaching into my belt for my hunting knife. I'm not even really thinking about what I'm doing, but what I am thinking is that I have to eat. If I don't eat, I'll never be okay again, so I just have to eat. He sees me doing that, and he backs off right away. He yells at me to put my knife away, that he's not going to hurt me, and that kind of snaps me back. All of a sudden, I know exactly where I am, and I put the knife away. I run to him and ask him how long I've been gone, thinking he'll tell me I've been gone for half an hour or so. But he tells me I've been gone for 2 fucking days. I've gone over 2 peaks and ended up almost on the other side of the mountain, and if I'd kept going, I would have ended up wandering into about 300 miles of wilderness. They'd never have found me. He can't believe I'm not dead, and of course I don't know what the fuck to think. To me, no time has passed at all. I don't say anything. I just go back with him to a rendezvous point, and I'm taken back to HQ to be airlifted to the hospital. When I get there, they do all kinds of tests and try to figure out what happened. As best they can guess, I had some kind of weird fugue state, which is kind of like amnesia, or a weird seizure that knocked my brain out of whack. But the truth is that we really don't know. It's never happened again, but I'll tell you, ever since then, I never go out there alone. People rag on me for making them come with me when I have to leave the group, but I just tell them that listening to me piss in the snow is better than losing me for 2 fucking days on a freezing mountain. The haunted doll. The doll's eyes haunted me before I even knew its story. They were glassy, unsettling, and seemed to follow me as I browsed the tables of trinkets and antiques at the garage sale. I'm no stranger to collecting oddities, items with history, pieces that seem to whisper tales of a bygone era. This doll, however, was different. It was exquisite, its porcelain face delicately painted, its dress made of faded lace, and its hair curled in a way that hinted at meticulous craftsmanship. Yet there was something unnerving about it that I couldn't place. When I asked the seller how much she wanted for it, her eyes widened. She stammered out a price so low that I couldn't help but feel suspicious. I need it gone, she murmured almost too quietly to hear. For someone who seemed desperate, she hesitated for a long moment before handing it over, her fingers trembling slightly as they brushed mine. That night, I set the doll on the shelf in my study. It was a prominent spot, surrounded by other antiques, but it felt like the doll demanded to be there, almost as if it had chosen its place among my collection. I worked late that evening, sorting through papers for an upcoming project. The faint ticking of a nearby clock was the only sound until my phone rang. I glanced at the screen. No caller ID. Hesitating, I answered. Nothing. Just static. Then faintly, as if from a great distance, a sound like laughter, childlike, high-pitched, and fleeting. I hung up, shook off the unease creeping up my spine, and returned to my work. The rest of the night passed uneventfully. but I couldn't shake the memory of that sound. The next few days were uneventful, or at least I convinced myself they were. The lights in my study flickered every so often, but it was an old house, prone to quirks and electrical issues. The doll's presence, however, felt heavier. It wasn't just its physical weight, it seemed to occupy space in a way that was impossible to ignore. Every time I entered the room, my eyes were drawn to it, its gaze almost magnetic. One morning I woke to find it had moved. At first I thought I was mistaken. It had been on the shelf the night before, but now it sat at the foot of my bed. Its lifeless glass eyes stared directly into mine, and one porcelain hand was extended, its finger pointed accusingly at my chest. My breath hitched, and my heart raced. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I had moved it and forgotten. Maybe someone else had, though I lived alone. I placed it back on the shelf that morning, determined to put the incident out of my mind. Still, I couldn't help but notice the growing sense of dread that seemed to radiate from the doll. It was as if the air around it had grown colder, heavier, more oppressive. The breaking point came 3 nights later. I was jolted awake by the unmistakable sound of laughter. It was faint but clear, echoing through the otherwise silent house. My bedroom door creaked open on its own, and I swear I saw a shadow dart across the hallway. Trembling, I grabbed a flashlight and crept downstairs to the study. The doll wasn't on the shelf. I found it sitting on my desk, its head tilted slightly as if it were studying me. Its expression seemed almost mocking now, its delicate features twisted into something sinister. My instincts screamed at me to destroy it, but I hesitated. I couldn't bring myself to act. Instead, I grabbed a blanket from the couch and spent the night huddled in the living room, unable to close my eyes. The next morning, I took the doll to the local church. The priest was a kind man, someone I had spoken to a few times before, and I hoped he could offer a solution. As I explained the events, his expression grew grim. When I placed the doll on the table before him, he refused to touch it. "This isn't something we can help with," he said, his voice low and steady. "You need to get rid of it." "What do you mean?" I asked, panic rising. "Burn it? Throw it away?" He shook his head. "It's not that simple. Be careful how you proceed." Desperate, I decided to bury the doll in my backyard. I dug a deep hole beneath the gnarled oak tree at the edge of the property, placed the doll inside, and covered it with soil. For a moment I felt relief, as if I had finally rid myself of the strange and terrible presence that had invaded my life. That night, I slept peacefully for the first time in days. But it didn't last. The faint laughter returned, drifting through the house in the early hours of the morning. It was accompanied by the sound of small, deliberate footsteps. When I investigated, I found nothing out of place, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. A week later, I noticed a patch of earth beneath the oak tree that seemed disturbed, as if something had clawed its way out. I refused to go near it, convinced that acknowledging it would give whatever malevolent force inhabited the doll more power. Since then, my nights have been plagued by nightmares, visions of the doll standing at the foot of my bed, its hand pointing at me, its glassy eyes filled with malice. Sometimes I wake to find faint scratches on my arms, marks that weren't there when I went to sleep. I've tried everything: burning sage, consulting psychics, even moving the bed away from the window. Nothing works. The doll's presence is relentless, its influence seeping into every corner of my life. I've become paranoid, jumpy, and reclusive. Friends and family have noticed the change, but how can I explain it to them without sounding insane? I'm writing this now as a warning to anyone who might come across an object that feels wrong. Trust your instincts. Don't let curiosity or the allure of a bargain blind you to the danger. Some things are better left alone, their histories buried and forgotten. The laughter is louder tonight, and the shadows seem to move on their own. I know it's only a matter of time before the doll returns. Maybe it never really left. All I can do now is wait and hope that my story serves as a cautionary tale. If you hear faint laughter in the night, or feel a chill that has no explanation, don't ignore it. It might already be too late for me, but maybe it isn't for you. The Smiling Man. About 5 years ago, I lived downtown in a major city in the U.S. I've always been a night person, so I would often find myself bored after my roommate, who was decidedly not a night person, went to sleep. To pass the time, I used to go for long walks and spend the time thinking. I spent 4 years like that, walking alone at night, and never once had a reason to feel afraid. I always used to joke with my roommate that even the drug dealers in the city were polite. But all of that changed in just a few minutes of one evening. It was a Wednesday, somewhere between 1 and 2 in the morning, and I was walking near a police-patrolled park quite a ways from my apartment. It was a quiet night, even for a weeknight, with very little traffic and almost no one on foot. The park, as it was most nights, was completely empty. I turned down a short side street in order to loop back to my apartment when I first noticed him. At the far end of the street, on my side, was the silhouette of a man, dancing. It was a strange dance, similar to a waltz, but he finished each box with an odd forward stride. I guess you could say he was dance-walking, headed straight for me. Deciding he was probably drunk, I stepped as close as I could to the road to give him the majority of the sidewalk to pass me by. The closer he got, the more I realized how gracefully he was moving. He was very tall and lanky, and wearing an old suit. He danced closer still, until I could make out his face. His eyes were open wide and wild, head tilted back slightly, looking off at the sky. His mouth was formed in a painfully wide cartoon of a smile. Between the eyes and the smile, I decided to cross the street before he danced any closer. I took my eyes off of him to cross the empty street. As I reached the other side, I glanced back, and then stopped dead in my tracks. He had stopped dancing, and was standing with one foot in the street, perfectly parallel to me. He was facing me, but still looking skyward, smile still wide on his lips. I was completely and utterly unnerved by this. I started walking again, but kept my eyes on the man. He didn't move. Once I had put about half a block between us, I turned away from him for a moment to watch the sidewalk in front of me. The street and sidewalk ahead of me were completely empty. Still unnerved, I looked back to where he had been standing to find him gone. For the briefest of moments, I felt relieved, until I noticed him. He had crossed the street and was now slightly crouched down. I couldn't tell for sure due to the distance and the shadows, but I was certain he was facing me. I had looked away from him for no more than 10 seconds, so it was clear that he had moved fast. I was so shocked that I stood there for some time, staring at him. And then he started moving toward me again. He took giant, exaggerated tiptoed steps as if he were a cartoon character sneaking up on someone. Except he was moving very, very quickly. I'd like to say at this point I ran away or pulled out my pepper spray or my cell phone or anything at all, but I didn't. I just stood there completely frozen as the smiling man crept toward me. And then he stopped again, about a car length away from me, still smiling his smile, still looking to the sky. When I finally found my voice, I blurted out the first thing that came to mind. What I meant to ask was, "What the fuck do you want?" in an angry, commanding tone. What came out was a whimper. What the phew? Regardless of whether or not humans can smell fear, they can certainly hear it. I heard it in my own voice, and that only made me more afraid, but he didn't react to it at all. He just stood there, smiling. And then, after what felt like forever, he turned around, very slowly, and started dance-walking away. Just like that. Not wanting to turn my back to him again, I just watched him go, until he was far enough away to almost be out of sight. And then I realized something. He wasn't moving away anymore, nor was he dancing. I watched in horror as the distant shape of him grew larger and larger. He was coming back my way, and this time he was running. I ran too. I ran until I was off of the side road and back onto a bedded road with sparse traffic. Looking behind me then, he was nowhere to be found. The rest of the way home, I kept glancing over my shoulder, always expecting to see his stupid smile, but he was never there. I lived in that city for 6 months after that night, and I never went out for another walk. There was something about his face that always haunted me. He didn't look drunk, he didn't look high, he looked completely and utterly insane. And that's a very, very scary thing to see. The memory box. I never should have opened that box. The day started like any other Saturday morning, helping Mom clean out Grandma's house after her funeral. We'd been at it for weeks, sorting through decades of accumulated memories, trinkets, and the general detritus of a long life well lived. Most of it was exactly what you'd expect: old photos, costume jewelry, outdated clothes, and enough doilies to supply a Victorian tea party. But then I found the box. It was buried deep in the back of her bedroom closet, underneath a pile of moth-eaten sweaters. A simple wooden container about the size of a shoebox, with no markings or decorations except for a small brass latch. Something about it felt wrong. The wood was unnaturally cold to the touch, even though the house was warm from the summer heat. And when I picked it up, I could have sworn I heard something inside shift, like sand running through an hourglass. "Hey, Mom," I called out. "Did you know about this?" She poked her head into the bedroom, hands full of old newspapers destined for recycling. "What's that, honey?" "Found this box in Grandma's closet. Never seen it before." Mom frowned, setting down her armload of papers. "That's strange. I thought we'd gone through everything in there already." She came over to examine it, running her fingers along the smooth wooden surface. "I don't recognize it. Must be something she kept private." I might have imagined it, but her hand seemed to tremble slightly when she touched it. She withdrew quickly, rubbing her fingers as if they'd been stung. "Well, go ahead and open it if you want," she said, a bit too casually. "I need to get these papers out to the recycling bin." She hurried from the room before I could respond. I sat down on Grandma's old bed, the box heavy in my lap. The brass latch was tarnished, but still functional. It opened with a soft click that seemed unnaturally loud in the quiet room. Inside, I found a stack of old Polaroid photographs, their edges yellowed with age. The top one showed a young woman, my grandmother, I realized with a start, standing in front of an old farmhouse. She was smiling, but something about her expression seemed forced. Behind her, barely visible in one of the upper windows, was a dark shape that might have been a person watching. The next photo showed the same farmhouse from a different angle. No one in the frame this time, but all the windows were dark except for one, which seemed to glow with an impossible brightness. The longer I stared at it, the more that light seemed to pulse and writhe like something alive. Beneath the photos was a small leather-bound journal. The pages were filled with my grandmother's neat handwriting, but the words made no sense. They seemed to shift and change as I tried to read them, like trying to remember a dream upon waking. Only fragments remained clear. "They come at night now, always watching, always hungry. The children smile too wide, their teeth are wrong. It's spreading. God help me, it's spreading." The final entry, dated just 3 days before her death, was different. The handwriting was shaky, desperate. "Emily, if you're reading this, I'm so sorry. I thought I could protect you. I thought I could contain it. But it's too late now. They know about you. They've always known. Whatever you do, don't look up. Don't look at the ceiling. Don't..." The entry ended there, the pen trailing off into a jagged line. I didn't want to look up. Every instinct screamed at me to keep my eyes down, to close the box, to run from the room. But I couldn't help myself. I looked up. The ceiling was covered in handprints, hundreds of them, overlapping, pressed into the plaster, as if made by hands trying to break through from the other side. As I watched, horror freezing me in place, one of the prints began to push outward. That was 3 weeks ago. I haven't slept since then. Not really. How can I, when every time I close my eyes, I see those hands reaching for me? When every mirror shows glimpses of faces that shouldn't be there? When the walls of my apartment pulse with a heartbeat that isn't mine? Mom won't talk about it. She changed her number, moved away without telling me where. The last time we spoke, her voice was different somehow. Wrong. Like something else was speaking through her. The handprints are spreading. I find new ones every day. On my walls, my windows, the ceiling above my bed. They're getting closer. Last night I woke to find one pressed into the pillow beside my head, still warm to the touch. I tried to destroy the box, but it won't burn, won't break, won't stay buried. It always comes back, appearing in random places around my apartment. Sometimes I hear it at night. The soft click of the latch opening and closing, opening and closing. The photos are changing too. The figures in the background are clearer now, more defined. They're the same faces I see in my mirrors, in my windows, in the dark corners of my room at night. They're getting closer in each picture, and I know somehow that when they finally reach the foreground, it will be too late. I found a new photo in the box this morning. It shows me, sitting at my desk, writing this account. But it's not a photo from the past. The timestamp shows tomorrow's date. In the image, I'm not alone. They're standing behind me, their hands on my shoulders, their two wide smiles stretching impossibly far, and they're looking directly at the camera, directly at you. I have to go now. They're getting impatient. They want me to open the box one last time, to show them what's inside, to show them the newest photo, the one that shows you right now reading these words, "Don't look up." Working as a search and rescue officer for the U.S. Forest Service Part 1, one of my first jobs as a trainee search and rescue officer for the U.S. Forest Service was a search op for a 4-year-old kid that had gotten separated from his mom. This was one of those cases where we knew we were going to find him because the dogs were on a strong scent trail, and we saw clear signs that he was in the area. We ended up finding him in a berry patch about half a mile from where he'd been last seen. Kid wasn't even aware that he'd wandered that far. One of the vets brought him back, which I was glad for because I'm really not good with kids, and I find it hard to talk to them and keep them company. As my trainer and I are headed back, she decides to take me on a detour to show me one of the hot spots where we tend to find missing people. It's a natural dip in the land near a popular trail, and people will usually move downhill because it's easier. We hike out there, it's a few miles away, and we get there in about an hour or so. As we're walking around the area, and she's pointing out places she's found people in the past, I see something in the distance. Now this area we're in is about 8 miles from the main parking area, though there's back roads you can take to get closer if you don't want to hike that far. But we're on state-protected land, which means there can't be any kind of commercial or residential development out here. The most you'll ever see is a fire tower or makeshift shelter that homeless people think they can get away with building. But I can see from here that whatever this thing is has straight edges. And if there's one thing you learn quickly, it's that nature rarely makes straight lines. I point it out, but she doesn't say anything. She just hangs back and lets me wander over and check it out. I get within about 20 feet of it, and all the hair on the back of my neck stands up. It's a staircase in the middle of the fucking woods. In the proper context, it would literally be the most benign thing ever. It's just a normal staircase with beige carpet and about 10 steps tall. But instead of being in a house where it obviously should be, it's out here in the middle of the woods. The sides aren't carpeted, obviously, and I can see the wood it's made of. It's almost like a video game glitch, where the house has failed to load completely and the stairs are the only thing visible. I stand there, and it's like my brain is working overtime to try and make sense of what I'm seeing. My trainer comes and stands next to me, and she just stands there casually, looking at it as if it's the least interesting thing in the world. I ask her what the fuck this thing is doing here, and she just chuckles. "Get used to it, rookie. You're gonna see a lot of them." I start to move closer, but she grabs my arm. Hard. "I wouldn't do that," she says. Her voice is casual, but her grip is tight, and I just stand there looking at her. "You're gonna see them all the time, but don't go near them. Don't touch them. Don't go up them. Just ignore them." I start to ask her about it, but something in the way she's looking at me tells me that it's best if I don't. We end up moving on, and the subject doesn't come up again for the rest of my training. She was right, though. I'd say about every 5th call I go on, I end up running across a set of stairs. Sometimes they're relatively close to the path, maybe within 2 or 3 miles. Sometimes they're 20, 30 miles out, literally in the middle of nowhere. And I only find them during the broadest searches or training weekends. They're usually in good condition, but sometimes it looks like they've been out there for miles. All different kinds, all different sizes. The biggest I ever saw looked like they came out of a turn-of-the-century mansion and were at least 10 feet wide, with steps leading up at least 15 or 20 feet. I've tried talking about it with people, but they just give me the same response my trainer did. "It's normal. Don't worry about it. They're not a big deal, but don't go close to them or up them." When trainees ask me about it now, I give them the same response. I don't really know what else to tell them. I'm really hoping someday I get a better answer, but it hasn't happened yet. This is another one that was less spooky and more sad. The young man went missing late in winter, when realistically no one should be going that far out onto the trails. We close a lot of them, but some remain open year-round, unless there's a shitload of snow. We didn't opt for him, but we had about 6 feet of snow on the ground. It was an unusually heavy snow year, and we knew it wasn't likely that we'd find him until spring, when the thaw came. Sure enough, when the first big thaw came, a hiker reported a body a little ways off the main trail. We found him at the base of a tree, in a pile of melted snow. I knew right away what had happened, and it scared the living shit out of me. Most of you who ski or snowboard, or spend any amount of time on a mountain, will probably have guessed too. When snow falls, it doesn't collect as thick in the areas beneath the branches. It happens most with fir trees, because they have a sort of closed umbrella shape. So what you end up with is a space around the base of a tree that's filled with a mixture of loose, powdery snow, air, and branches. They're called tree wells, and they're not immediately obvious if you don't know what you're looking for. We put up signs in the welcome center, big ones, letting people know how dangerous they are. But every year that we get an unusual amount of snow, at least one person doesn't read them, or doesn't take the warning seriously, and we find out about it in spring. My best guess is that this young man was hiking and got tired, or maybe a cramp from walking in the deep snow. He went to go sit at the base of the tree, not knowing that there was a tree well, and fell in. He got stuck with his feet up, and the surrounding snow caved in around him. Unable to free himself, he suffocated. It's called snow immersion suffocation, and it doesn't usually happen except in really deep snow. But if you get stuck in a weird position like this guy did, even 6 feet of snow can be lethal. What scared me the most was imagining how he must have struggled. Upside down in the freezing cold, he didn't die quickly. The snow would have formed a dense, heavy pile on top of him, and it would have been literally impossible to get out. As it got harder to breathe, he would have known what was happening, I can't even imagine what he was thinking in his last moments. A lot of my less outdoorsy friends want to know if I've ever seen the goat man while I've been out on calls. Unfortunately, or I guess fortunately, I've never had anything quite like that happen. I guess the closest was the whole black-eyed man thing, but I didn't see anything. However, there was one call where I had something kind of similar happen, but I'm not sure I'm willing to chalk it up to the goat man. We'd gotten a report that an older woman had fainted along one of the trails and needed assistance getting back down to the main area. We hike up to where she's at, and her husband is just beside himself. He runs, well, I guess more jogs to us, and tells us that he was a little ways off the trail looking at something when his wife starts screaming behind him. He runs back to her and she's passed out on the trail. We get her on a backboard, and as we're getting her down to the welcome center, she comes to and starts screaming again. I calm her down and ask her what happened. I can't remember verbatim what she said, but essentially, what happened was this. She'd been waiting for her husband when she started hearing this really strange sound. She said it sounded sort of like a cat, but it was off somehow, and she couldn't quite figure out why. She went a little ahead to try and hear it better, and it sounded like it was coming closer. She said the closer it got, the more uneasy she was, until she finally figured out what was wrong. I do remember this next part, because it was so weird that I don't think I could forget it if I tried. It wasn't a cat. It was a man, saying the word meow over and over. Just meow, meow, meow. But it wasn't a man. It couldn't have been, because I've never heard a man make his voice buzz like that. I thought my hearing aid was going out, but it wasn't. I adjusted it, and it still sounded all buzzy. It was awful. He was coming closer, but I couldn't see him. And the closer he got, the more scared I was, and the last thing I remember was a shape coming out of the trees. I guess that's when I fainted. Now, obviously I'm a little perplexed as to why a guy would be out in the fucking woods chanting meow meow at people. So once we get down the mountain, I tell my superior that I'm going to go search the area to see if I can find anything. He gives me the go-ahead, and I grab a radio and hike back to where she fainted. I don't see anyone, so I keep going about a mile more, and when I head back, I go off the trail to see if I can figure out where she saw him coming from. It's almost sunset by this point, and I don't have any desire to be out at night alone. So I just sort of write it off and make a mental note to check it out again tomorrow. But as I'm headed back, I start to hear something in the distance. I stop and I call out for anyone in the immediate area to identify themselves. The sound didn't come closer or get louder, but it sounded exactly like a man saying meow meow in this really odd monotone. As comical as it makes it sound, it was almost like that guy on South Park with the electrolarynx, Ned. I go off the trail in the direction I think it's coming from, but I never seem to get closer. It's almost like it's coming from all directions. Eventually it just sort of fades out, and I ended up going back to the welcome center. I didn't get any further reports like that, and even though I went back to that area, I never heard that exact sound again. I suppose it could have been some stupid kid out there fucking with people, but even I have to admit, it was weird. The first happened on a case that I went out on right after I got out of training, and was still pretty new to everything. Before I took this job, I was a volunteer, so I had a basic idea of what to expect. But on those calls, you're mostly dealing with finding lost people after vets have found signs of them. As an SAR officer, you go out for all kinds of cases, from animal bites to heart attacks. This case got called in early in the morning from a young couple who were up on one of the trails that goes by the lake. The husband was completely hysterical, and we couldn't really figure out what was going on. We could hear the woman screaming in the background, and he was begging us to come up there right away. When we get there, we see him holding his wife, and she's got something in her arms. She's screaming these awful, almost animal-like screams, and he's sobbing. He sees us, and he screams at us to help them, to please get an ambulance up there. Now, obviously, we can't just drive an ambulance up the walking path, so we ask him if his wife needs help, or if she can walk on her own. He's still hysterical, but he manages to tell us that it's not his wife that needs help. I go over while one of the vets tries to calm him down, and I ask the wife what's going on. She's rocking, holding something, and just shrieking over and over. I crouch down and see that whatever she's holding, it's covering her with blood. That's when I notice the sling on her front and my heart sinks. I ask her to tell me what's going on, and I sort of pry her arms gently open so I can see what she's holding. It's her baby, obviously dead. His head is caved in on one side, and he's covered in scratches. Now, I've seen dead bodies before, but something about this whole situation hits me hard. I have to take a second to compose myself, and I get up and go get one of the other vets who's standing by. I tell him that it's a dead kid, and he sort of pats my shoulder and tells me he'll deal with it. It took us over an hour to get this woman to let us see her kid. Every time we try to take him from her, she flips out and tells us we can't have him, that he'll be okay if we just leave her alone and let her help him. But eventually, one of the vets manages to calm her down and she gives us the body. We took it back to the med area, but when the EMTs showed up, they told us that there was never any hope of saving the kid. He died instantly from the trauma to his head. I was good buddies with one of the nurses who met them at the hospital, and she told me later what had happened. Turns out the couple had been walking with the baby in the sling, and they stopped because the kid was fussing. The dad takes the kid and is holding him, looking out over this little gully by the path. The mom comes to stand next to him, but she ends up stepping on a loose patch of soil, and she trips. She falls into the dad, who drops the kid, who ends up falling about 20 feet down this little gully onto the rocks at the bottom. The dad climbed down and recovered the kid, but he'd fallen right on his head and was dead by the time he got there. The baby was only about 15 months old. It was a total freak accident, a series of events that coalesced into the worst possible outcome. Probably one of the more awful calls I've been on. I haven't seen a lot of animal bites in my time as an SAR officer, mostly because there aren't that many animals that come around the area. While there are bears in the area, they tend to stay pretty far away from people, and sightings are highly unusual. Most of the animals you'll see are small ones, like coyotes, raccoons, or skunks. What we do see frequently, though, are moose. And let me tell you, moose are nasty fuckers. They'll chase after anything for any reason, and God help you if you get in between a female and its baby. One of the more amusing calls was of a guy who'd gotten chased down by an absolutely massive male moose and was stuck up a tree. Took us almost an hour to get him down, and when he was finally on solid ground again, he looks at me and says, "God damn, them fuckers is big up close." I guess that's not really a scary story, but we still laugh about that one. I think we can agree that there's stuff going on out here in the woods. And while I'm not going to spout off about what it could be or offer any theories, what I want people to take away from all of this is that it is so damn important to be safe when you're out there. I know a lot of you think you're invincible, but the fact is that you can die out there, or be hurt, or go missing. It's easier than you'd ever imagine. Because of the amount of attention the stories have gotten, I've heard a lot of stories being swapped back and forth. I've heard so many, I can't even remember most of them. The ones I do remember are the ones that I wish I could forget. One story that's made the rounds here was about a young woman who disappeared upstate. Initially, everyone assumed she was a runaway. She didn't come from a great home life, and so it really wasn't any kind of surprise that she'd choose to cut and run. But people started coming forward saying that they'd seen her around the park shortly before she vanished, so some of the rangers in the area were sent out to make sure she hadn't hung herself or something on any of the back trails. It took them a while, but they did find her. Well, not all of her. Just half of her tongue and a quarter of the lower jaw. Very clean cuts from what I heard. They've never found the rest of her. So many stories about children. So many of them going missing and turning up in caves, wedged in between impossibly tight spaces. So many of them found on mountain peaks or at the bottoms of sheer gullies. Missing shoes, missing socks, or found with both in perfect condition, despite them being miles and miles away from where they vanished. So many stories of black-eyed people wandering around the woods and calling out in the night, mimicking the sound of running water or a bobcat screaming. One man in particular goes to every news station he thinks will listen to him, and tells the same story. He was deer hunting, had camped out in a very remote area, and woke up because something was scraping against his tent. He thought it was a raccoon or a fox until the thing pressed its face against the door of the tent, at which point he could very clearly make out a human nose and mouth. He kicked at it, but it leaped back and was gone by the time he opened the tent flap, gun at his side. He fired 2 warning shots, and when the sound had faded, he heard a snap behind him. A man was standing at the edge of the campsite. This man was not wearing any clothing, but he also didn't possess any kind of human flesh. As this hunter described it, the man was made of some kind of amalgamation of raw meat and hair, as if someone had scooped up roadkill and molded it into the vague shape of a man. The face was lumpy and only a rough approximation of a human face. The thing opened its lopsided mouth, and from it came the sound of the gun the hunter had fired. It did this twice before mimicking the sound of the tent zipper and fleeing into the night. A young couple, out for a hike in the rocky areas of my park, reported to me yesterday that they had seen something strange out on a peak I'm very familiar with. They were taking turns looking through a pair of binoculars when the man noticed a hiker climbing up a very steep part of the cliff face. He watched the man scale the slope, and it didn't occur to him until the incident was over that this person had no climbing gear. When the climber reached the top of the peak, which was about 5 miles away, they turned and faced the young man. He said whoever or whatever this person was looking right at them. The climber waved in an exaggerated manner before snapping in half at the waist, sideways, and leaping off the peak. The young man didn't see where the climber landed. I sent them on their way with assurances that I'd check it out. I lied. I won't be turning in a report because there are 10 others exactly like it. The climber is well known in that area. I don't question it anymore. There are so many things I won't ever be able to understand about my job, and it would take me years to relate all of the things I've heard in the last few months. When I feel like my job isn't in jeopardy, I will come back. It may be in a different format, but I will come back. Thank you all for sticking by my side and enjoying the things I've talked about. If you go out into the woods, I encourage you to be safe. Bring water, food, survival equipment. Let people know where you're going and when you'll be back. Don't go on uncharted paths unless you know exactly what you're doing. And above all, don't touch them. Don't look at them. Don't go up them.